Alright, welcome back everyone. Hopefully this fixes the problems. If we are still having technical difficulties, let me know. I'm not sure what we'll be able to do, but we will certainly try and figure that out.
We're smart, inventive people. We can
Exactly.
do stuff.
There's a lot of degrees between us. None of them are in technology, but we'll
God,
figure
no.
them out. Perfect. So, welcome back everyone. Post-technical difficulties, with a bit of luck, that is going to be back. But, to reiterate where we started, we are concluding our wrap-up of our World War I video games today with the sequel to Valiant Hearts Coming Home, and I'm joined by a very special guest, Chris Kempshall, who literally wrote the book on computer games in World War I.
Which is nice, but then when you think about the fact that that book came out in 2015 and within like a couple of months, or it might even have been weeks or something like that, EA and DICE announced Battlefield 1. And it's like, that's great. Great.
Thank you.
Great.
Yep.
Thanks, everybody.
Glad you couldn't have announced this when I was writing the thing.
No, that would have been unreasonable, clearly.
Exactly. I mean, it's just like the smaller, sillier scale version is. I figured out all the games we were going to play. I talked to you about coming on, got everything trained away. This new Amnesia game came out 3 weeks ago. And it's set in 1916. On the Western Front.
See, I didn't know that. That partially passed me by.
Yeah, no, it just kind of stealth dropped. But yeah, there's an Amnesia game there's a horrible monster and you're trapped in a shelled out bunker.
I mean, that's a great setting for a
phenomenal setting.
I genuinely think that like survival horror might be a really good genre for First World War games. It makes a lot of sense.
It makes a lot of sense. I know there was like one bad horror movie where the mud was sentient and was murdering people.
Yes, that is really bad. I mean, it's almost awful enough to be all right, but it's not. It's not great.
Yeah. So, we haven't had a lot of luck with horror games, but I think, or with horror as a genre, there. But I think that's just because horror is a hard genre to do well.
Yeah, there's a game that I kickstarted that is in development, which is it's a survival horror, like kind of Resident Evil game set in the trenches, and you're a French soldier, and that looks promising enough to be a thing.
Yep. How many games were announced when I started this marathon? The answer is 1 came out and 2 more got announced. Because there's also that new strategy game that got announced, like, what, 3 days ago?
Yeah, I got tagged into. That's like semi-Burden of Command-esque. It's called... Let me have a look, because it's called All Quiet in the Trenches.
Yeah.
It got announced very, very recently. And I still haven't played the big one that came out recently.
It was fine. I'm not a strategy game person in general, so... that I'm biased, but it was fine. That was the Great War Western Front chat, which we spent multiple streams on, and realized that the AI was dubious. Turns out, I don't think the way you cross No Man's Land is by running in circles in line of sight of a machine gun.
I mean, it's an approach. That I imagine, the guys with that machine gun really appreciated.
Yeah, also blatantly cheating. Somehow, I can attack a spot with no supplies and no battalions of people, and they still have 4 times as many troops on the ground as I do, and I'm like, how? Yeah. How did you manage to build level 2 trenches, and 3 machine gun nests, and artillery, and have more men than I do, when I have more resources?
Yeah, and you didn't know I was coming.
Yes. So, there we are. But yes. Also not the game, but the Sabaton World War I movie was announced. True. This November.
That seems like entirely the next logical step for Sabaton and the First World War.
It does, doesn't it? I'm so deeply not surprised that that happened.
Yeah. To be honest, I'm surprised it hasn't happened already. I'm surprised they didn't do it for the end of the centenary.
That's fair. But so it goes. Everything takes twice as long as it should, and the world ending right after the end of the centenary didn't help our cause.
Yeah, basically our Spanish flu reenactment took a real dark turn.
Yeah, it did. Well, on that bright and cheerful note, what do you say we actually hop into the game? Because
I'm
not
very ready for this.
I'm not seeing any comments of overlap lag and other technical challenges, which I think means that we have solved them, and that means we are ready to get started with Valiant Hearts coming home.
Yes.
Also, chat, by the way, the audio is scuffed because they wanted to charge me money to mirror my audio into my computer. Because this is a mobile game.
There it is, in mobile form.
So, the scuffed audio, if the music gets quiet, tell me to move my phone closer to the screen. Or to my microphone, okay? The game saves data automatically. So yeah, this game is about looks like it's 3 chapters, each made up of a bunch of scenes. So, looks like it's a fairly short thing.
If it turns out to just be like a really kind of mobile version of like the Dark Souls level of difficulty, and in like 3 hours time we're still desperately trying to get past. It's Freddy.
It's Freddy! And we are in 1918, which means we are... Okay, Freddy.
So they all appear to be Harlem Hellfighters-esque.
But I think that's exactly who they're supposed to be. Because Freddy was supposed to be an American expeditionary Harlem Hellfighter, and then this is, I assume, Freddy's kid brother.
Ah, yeah, that would make sense.
Oh. How long is the stream approximately going to be? Oh, I'm going to try and play through the entire game. It's only supposed to be about 3 hours long. But we will, Chris, I know, is not going to be joining us for the entire time, so if you have questions for Chris, of course, make sure you get those in the chat.
Yeah, I'll probably disappear in about 90 or so minutes time. I'm going on holiday tomorrow.
Which is a good reason.
Yeah.
The United States till now had remained neutral, but the mounting economic pressure and the return of Germany to unrestricted submarine warfare finally awakes the sleeping giant. On April 6, 1917, the United States declares war on Germany. Within months of the declaration, the U.S. Army launched the first universal draft. And despite enduring segregation in their own country, over 360,000 African Americans enlist, eager to show their patriotism, hopes of returning home as heroes. James is one of these men.
They also left out the bit where Germany tried to convince Mexico to invade.
Which is a very funny attempt.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's that sleeping giant comment. That's one we hear pretty regularly.
I hope this letter finds you well and that working at the docks is not too backbreaking. It's good to receive news from you and from home. Keeps my mind off of the war. We wallow in the trenches, in the mud among the rats and the dead bodies. Afraid that if we stand tall, we might catch a bullet. But if you take anything from my letter, I want it to be this. Do whatever you can to stay away from this madness. You followed me everywhere when we were kids. But please, don't follow me here, James. There is nothing here but misery and death. Be safe and stay home.
Aww.
I don't think Freddy talked in the first one. I think that might be the first time we've heard his voice.
That's the first time we've actually, heard his voice, which is... I mean, he had the everyone mumbles. Good vault. But, that's about it. Oh, we got a clarinet. Fantastic.
So JCDCO in the chat saying, did America have forced recruitment? No, they opened up a kind of a voluntary draft system, which was kind of semi in between. So you could volunteer to sign up, and when you volunteered, you were basically given a number, and then there was a kind of a lottery system. So it's similar to what you'd see a little bit in Vietnam, but with kind of slightly more voluntary aspect to it. But there was a lot of controversy and discussion in the American military and the army about whether or not they would allow African Americans to serve in the war. And what you end up getting is like really, it's not hugely surprising. It's pretty appalling stuff. Like some African Americans in like South Carolina and their date to join up or kind of report at camp is suspended for like 2 to 3 weeks so that they can finish the cotton harvest in the states. And there's all the things you expect are going on in the background of this are going on in the background of this.
Yep. By the way, they didn't mention it in the voiceover, but they do in the historical factoids. The United States entered World War I in April 1917, more than 2.5 years after the war began in Europe. President Woodrow Wilson tried to remain out of the war for as long as possible, and public opinion remained largely against US intervention until the beginning of 1917. Unrestricted submarine warfare, as well as the Zimmermann telegram, pushed the American government into joining the war. They don't acknowledge it, but that telegram is a diplomatic message from Germany to Mexico, promising Mexico the majority of the southwestern United States if the Central Powers win World War I. British intelligence intercepts this telegram, realizes both how absurd the notion it is and how powerful a tool it is, and drops it on Woodrow Wilson.
Yeah, it goes through like a really convoluted process because the British don't want the Americans to know that they are intercepting all of these cables that are going across to America, because that's going to really annoy the Americans as well. So they have to go through a really circuitous route to get this in the papers. But the German foreign minister gets asked about it at a press conference. Did you send this telegram to Mexico saying, and his name is Zimmerman, it's his telegram, did you send this telegram to Mexico to say, if you invade, we'll support you? And his response, instead of going, no, of course not, that's a ludicrous statement, is, well, it would be wrong to lie.
No.
Like, oh, mate, I reckon you probably could, though.
In terms of the unforced errors, that was...
Yeah.
There's a lot of unforced strategic errors in World War I, but my god, that might take the cake.
Yeah, sometimes telling the truth might be a bad idea. And the thing is, the Mexicans were like, when they got this telegram, like, well, firstly, you're never going to give us the arms that you're promising us, because you've got a lot of angry people in Europe that you need to use them on. And secondly, invading America sounds like a terrible idea.
We just lost a war to them, not that long ago.
Yeah, General Pershing, his previous command was chasing Pancho Villa around southern Mexico, or Southern America and Mexico.
Yeah. Oh boy, wild. Okay, nice historical fact, because this game seems to do the exact same breakdown as the original Valiant Hearts does, where they give you some things for free. They give you some things if you're a psychopath who's more interested in shiny objects than people, and they have diaries that are just in-character things. So.
Perfect mix.
Exactly. The Selective Service Act, enacted on May 8, 1917, started the beginning of the draft of US soldiers to fight in Europe. For the first time, the draft targeted all men between the ages of 21 and 30, including African American men. They're required to register for possible selection to serve. By the end of World War I, 2 million men volunteered and 2.8 million men were drafted, of whom 2 million were sent to fight. For the UK, voluntary service turned to conscription at the beginning of 1916. UK Dominion countries sent volunteers beginning in 1914, but conscription didn't happen in Australia and only started in Canada in 1918. Oh, they actually have a full one acknowledging segregation. Segregation was legally enforced through a series of laws voted at state or local levels known as black codes. Though they were allowed to marry and sometimes purchase property, interracial marriage was largely illegal, and other laws infringed the rights of African Americans to act as a witness, vote, or bear arms. During this era of white supremacy, violence was perpetrated against African Americans, particularly in the South, and for the military, their training camps were completely segregated, showing that white and black soldiers would train and live in separate facilities. And, okay, the early days of the 15th New York National Guard Regiment consisted of mainly African American soldiers, but also from other countries such as Puerto Rico, Cuba, and Guyana. Mostly led by white commissioned officers, but also a few African American commissioned officers, and after completing their training in New York with limited equipment, the 15th was integrated into the US Army, finally got proper equipment. They then traveled south to Wadsworth Camp, but couldn't complete their training due to high racial tension with the surrounding population. They were sent to the war shortly thereafter. So, like, short breakdowns, but not bad breakdowns by any metric. Yeah. So, we're continuing that trend, which I appreciate, that even though this isn't working with the French Centenaire Committee, like the original did.
Yes.
They do still seem to be trying to do the work.
Which is nice, because it would be very easy to not do that.
Yeah. Also, I gotta shout out James here for being immediately incredibly cool. Look, wandering around in army camp with nothing but you and your clarinet, good way into my good books.
Yeah, he's come to kick ass and play solos.
Exactly. No. How do I get it?
Yeah, here we go.
Oh. Yep. Fine. And you swipe up to go inside. And we're gonna... Come on, there's gotta be shinies around here.
Yeah, that's a flashing uniform. Oh.
Yep.
Yeah, we're gonna have to put
There's the shiny. It's got the pieces of paper glitter, and therefore, give me the shiny. Give me the no.
We want to see the shiny thing.
Exactly. Draft card. This registration card for the draft was filled in by a U.S. Army recruitment agent. During the Great War, the U.S. Army was segregated, while the U.S. Navy just didn't recruit African Americans at all. Draft cards had their left corner removed to indicate that a recruit was African American. Jokista, last game was Freddy, James's older brother. So, well, yes, the design changed, I think, a little bit between that post-credits scene and now. They are pretty similar.
I'm also wondering if the guy doing the voiceover is the same guy, or... Because he sounded similar, but almost like someone doing an impression of the guy previously.
Yeah. Aww.
We've been given a stick.
We up. No, we didn't. Yep.
That's some good sticking.
And instead of a grenade, we get a rock. Well, the difference, right? I mean, they're clearly pulling from what they did for the original game with Emil's training, and then just making it. Really, I did more with a rock than you did with a grenade, sir.
Yeah, your grenade's
rubbish. Sir.
To be honest, your rock is probably safer to hold in your hand than that guy with that grenade.
That's probably true.
Because, you know, I've read the bits and pieces from like 1914, 1915 when they were introducing them to people, and it's like, oh, here, have this grenade, and they're like, oh, so if I pull the pin out, it's got a bit of time before it blows up, so I can throw it. And the people are like, yeah, maybe.
Yep.
Yeah, it seems entirely plausible, that you might have a couple of seconds, or it might just go off immediately. Who can say?
Of course. And we got the third shiny, a broomstick. When the 15th New York National Guard Regiment began basic training and their recruitment in New York, there were only 250 rifles for 2,500 men. The recruits thus performed their drills with broomsticks and would even march through the streets of New York with them. Once this regiment was officially incorporated to the U.S. Army, they finally obtained the same equipment as other soldiers and were able to train properly. We also picked up the rattlesnake patch. The 15th National Guard chose the rattlesnake as their insignia. The motto was, "Don't try me, goddamn, let's go." Which is a very New York way of saying that.
Yeah.
And then training with the real thing at the beginning, a bit of resource waste.
Yeah, it can be. And British soldiers struggled with it at the beginning because, if you're not at war, you don't necessarily have that many rifles and that knocking around. But at the same time, they weigh different, they react differently.
Sorry to disappoint, but it looks like I'm following you around again.
No,
I've
James,
already
go
enlisted
home.
with the 15th New York National Guard Regiment.
No.
Or the old 15th, as they call us. We're done with our training and on our way to the front. We'll sail from New York to France. We're on our way to help you win the war.
No.
Don't you worry about me. I can take care of myself just fine.
No.
Your little brother, James.
And Freddy's like, oh no, not again.
Yeah. Get on a different train, go
April
home.
9th, 1917. Vimy Ridge.
Oof. Yep.
This geographic stronghold, held by the Germans since the early days of the war, remained impenetrable. In the latest attempt to break through the German defenses, ground forces were ordered to team up with the British Royal Flying Corps.
Now, this is duplicating ground from the previous game, because we
the
did
first
Vimy
game
Ridge.
Did Vimy Ridge, because when the bunker explodes, it explodes in smoke in the shape of the Vimy Ridge Memorial.
Which is just unbelievably gorgeous symbolism
Before
there.
launching the attack, the soldiers were given a moment to write to their loved ones.
So if they are going to do a Royal Flying Corps, the pilot was a character they wanted to include in the first one, and they cut him because he was briefly in some of the very, very early trailers and concepts.
Yeah, they mention him because he does the just like NPC bombardments to help you out.
Yeah.
But that's about it.
Interrupted by George's unconventional life, Freddy soon learned that his unit was going to take part in the operation and be paired up with the peculiar British pilot, now grounded and without a plane to fly.
Who appears to be a mole.
Yeah.
Ready?
All right, we've got more factoids. I love.
Yeah. I kind of
I
really
love
hope
that
that
they're
we're
doing
about to MacGyver ourselves a plane.
It does look like that. Then again, these planes are
Yeah, they're not
questionable.
complicated.
If you have an engine and some cloth, you can probably make it happen.
Yeah.
Oh, there's what I was expecting to see. The ACE system. Modern-day knights of the aerial battlefield. The aces were fighters credited with a minimum of 5 kills or force downs. I was like, okay. Landings were crash landings. The term ace appeared at the same time as the first dogfights, when pilots started to fight against each other. Propaganda relied on these heroes to boast about the country's aerial superiority. A few aviators lived long enough to enjoy the status of ace.
There's some weird different national stuff about aces, because the Germans and the French made a big deal in the newspapers about theirs.
Yes.
And the British didn't.
Yes.
Which really annoyed British pilots, because they were like,
I can imagine.
want to be a superstar. But the problem with the French and German model is at some point you end up having to write, particularly in the way that the French did it, oh, and such famous pilot disappeared into a cloud and was never seen again, and we can only assume that he shrugged off his mortal coil and belonged in the air for his... No, he got shot down and killed, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah,
He sure did.
Super dead now.
Yep. I mean, same thing with the German aces, right?
Yeah.
Richthofen is great until he got shot down.
Yeah, and then it turns out it's a real big drain on morale when the heroes get murdered.
Yep. So, oof. But yeah, these planes, right, I mean, it's interesting that we're finally getting this, because, I mean, you point out in First World War in computer games, and Adam Chapman did in the earlier articles, that before the right, up until, really, Valiant Hearts, far and away the most common genre of World War I games is the dogfight sim.
Yeah. The First World War, in fact, the First World War appears in computer game form before the Second World War does. And it's a pilot simulator. It's like an old wire model thing, which sounds daft now that the First World War come first. Given that, you know, we could easily crush a human to death under the tonnage of Second World War games that have ever been created.
Correct.
The vast majority of First World War games, yeah, pretty much up until the centenary, are flight simulators because it's real easy to do, and everybody likes like Knights of the Air, Red Baron, Biggle stuff.
Yeah. Ignoring the horribleness, right? Because we just picked up a flechette with the.
That's gonna give someone a real bad day.
Luckily, this one missed, so it's fine. Everything's fine. No, swipe. There we go. Oh, yep, we need to fix that, but what if instead we pick up another shiny?
Yeah, why wouldn't we do that?
Exactly. This was one of my complaints I had at the end of Valiant Hearts, is, right, super tense emotional moment. Right, we need to save Carl from inhaling way too much chlorine gas, and instead I'm running around looking in every random cupboard for a shiny object.
Yes.
Oops.
I see Raptorus in the chat referencing the Red Baron pizza, which I didn't realise was a thing until I was on a research trip in America X number of years ago, and like, well, I'm buying one of those because presumably it's what he would have wanted.
I can only imagine.
Yeah.
It's good pizza, not even good, unironically good frozen pizza. Okay, so we need to get various things for this. Okay, so we need to get a wheel, and we need to get a propeller.
Also, people talking Raptorus in the chat talking about Snoopy. There is at least one Snoopy versus the Red Baron computer game, and there's been kind of debates in the field in the past about, you know, does it count as a First World War game?
Well, of course it counts as a First World War game.
Of course it counts as a First World War game.
Right, since I do primarily medieval studies as, like, my professional background, right, if I can claim every fantasy game as being secretly a Viking game, you can claim a Snoopy versus a Red Baron game.
Yeah, I'm keeping Snoopy. Yeah, 100%. And also, I've played some games that are, you know, aimed to be First World War games, and the Snoopy ones are better games and better versions of the First World War.
True.
Than some of them. So yeah, Snoopy stays.
We love that. I'm not sure we love that, but we're going to pretend we love that. Come on, no. Go. Up. Oh boy, these mobile controls sure exist.
Yeah.
Yup. Alright. There is a wheel. Okay.
I could put this on the plane. It could be a propeller. No, wait.
Exactly. You understand. Oh hey, there's another shiny. Is that already all the shinies?
I reckon they're just going to keep popping up.
I've already gotten all the shinies in this chapter. That felt too quick. Okay, I also need to throw something.
Yeah, that seems like a
We're gonna throw something at a propeller, and that's gonna clearly solve our problems.
Yeah, it's not gonna break the propeller. It's gonna just gently knock it from the tree. Blam.
Oh well, of course, it's gonna make me walk back and forth and back and forth and back and forth.
Oh, yeah.
Another complaint of this is everyone can only carry one thing, obviously.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's like, I can see the number of pockets he's got in that jacket.
True. This man is like 80% pocket.
And the remaining 20% is mole.
Exactly. It's a good design. I am a big fan.
I really like it. They should make little figurine, little minis of the characters.
I'd buy that 100%.
I'd buy that.
Okay, there's that, and the engine. Oh, I need to do weird nonsense with the engine.
Do we reckon that Walt the dog will reappear?
Walt is confirmed to reappear.
Oh, good.
I know, right? We were going to be super worried.
Yeah. I mean, depending on how they have him reappear, I'm not here for tragic Walt narrative arc.
True, but with a bit of luck, we'll have just more good dog content and several new characters telling Walt rightly that he is the best.
Yeah, the goodest of boys.
Exactly. Are we going to use the power of throwing thing? Okay. Yep.
To knock
the power...
the engine off of the rack?
No, I think to knock the ladder down so that we can just use the weird chain. Turn around. Well, that didn't work. Let's try hitting the lever with a piece of stick. And I'm sure that won't cause any knock-on effects. Nothing but... Oh, that also didn't work. Well, I'm out of ideas.
Yeah, war's over, everyone.
Yep. Sorry, George can't get in the air because they pulled the ladder up behind them somehow.
Yeah.
How do people in video games keep managing to do that, right? They go somewhere, they pull up the ladder, and then they just leave.
Yeah.
And it's like,
Gee,
how
thanks,
did you
buddy.
get? How did you get back down? This is a small platform, and clearly no one can jump in this game.
No, jumping's for other people.
Exactly. So, it is a mystery.
Do you reckon you've got to throw it from the other side?
Potentially.
It's going to be something like that.
Well, looks like it just doesn't hit. Oh, that worked. Way to go.
There we go. What a team.
And we'll do this, and we'll do this.
Blam.
This part of it controls way better. With just... Boom. Okay, and we are on our way. So, now we can actually take a look and... Oh dear. It's a miracle we didn't all die in the last
Oh
game.
my god.
Oh my god, is he going... Seriously?
Please. Please, sir. My plane, it's only 3 days away from retirement. I mean, to be honest, given the fact that the machine gun is pointing backwards at him, this could be going a lot worse.
True. Because I also don't trust these machine guns at all.
No.
And we're in the air. Okay, we did it. Yeah, that sequence does remind me of another, great thing about Valiant Hearts that we've seen in like every World War I game that I played. the way that they're using music, and this sort of juxtaposition of the 1910s, both pop and classical music. So I don't know, Night on Bald Mountain at one point, for the big tank sequence, and the Can for the for the Miracle on the Marne. All of these 1910s pieces, either pop propaganda songs or just in the Hall of the Mountain King.
Yeah.
Yep.
I didn't think there were this many eagles in France.
Neither did I. But yeah, we've seen that in like every single World War I game, that they love this juxtaposition of 1910s, like either late Romantic period classical music or early big band pop music.
Yeah.
As like a juxtaposition to the war.
Yeah, the kind of the world before, kind of a mix of
and
pomp and fantasy extra stuff and weirdness.
Yeah, the world before, but also in the period, right? Things composed in the 1910s.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh yeah, these are exactly. I wasn't expecting in the Hall of the Mountain King though. At Valkyrie, usually I assume other things for Greek specifically.
Yeah.
Oh well. At least it's a short piece.
It's pretty busy up there in the sky today, geez.
Yeah, it is. And they're all very,
Nicely dodged.
We're fine. This is fine. They can't aim.
No.
No. Well, wasn't that exciting, everyone?
Despite his haphazard flying, George managed to pinpoint the enemy's location.
They were everywhere around him.
Exactly. The birds are the enemy. They're German spies.
Yeah.
Because we all know birds aren't real. They're government drones.
Yes.
In this case, World War I government drone. Yeah. Don't question it. They time travel.
Are the dead bodies strewn across the hillside.
Oh wait, right. This was a sad moment.
And it's interesting because they did that flag raising in the original one, and it's the guys putting up the flag on.
While Europe was torn apart
I can't remember which Second World War island it is.
Iwo Jima?
That's the one.
Yep. It is the scene, though, of hard-fought military victory.
Yeah.
I mean, God, that brings me to my spicy take, which I'll be curious to see how much you agree. My claim is the most influential thing on how we imagine World War I is World War II.
Made up almost entirely.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly. So the Second World War, or the two World Wars, provide us with something. There's a reason why we remember stuff. You know, we're not sat here now playing a game about the Anglo-Zulu War, or the Mexican-American War, or anything like that, because to a cultural sense, who cares? You know, as a society, we have decided that it's just not worth remembering.
Yeah.
But the Second World War and the First World War end up, certainly in British culture, being the two sides of the same coin. You know, First World War is bad war, pointless, everyone dies. Second World War is good war, sometimes war is necessary, and
yes,
that becomes the playoff between them.
Exactly, and that specifically is, I think, right. The bits of the, I guess, the traditional narrative of World War I that creeps through, the one that was formed around the 50th anniversary of the war, I mean, is exactly that. I think primarily that narrative, right? As you look in the 1960s, you look back, and you're like, we're 20 years out from the good war.
Yeah,
And there was that other war that had a lot of claims about it.
yeah, which was aging poorly within 20 years.
True.
But what's interesting with that is that because, I think it's probably fair to say that America is not as concerned about the First World War as other moments in history, and certainly not as concerned about the First World War as Britain is.
No.
It's because
Not even
Vietnam
slightly.
does exactly the same thing that the First World War does for America. You don't need two, you just need the one. And
Yeah.
Vietnam ticks all the boxes, and it's a far more recent, memorable thing in the 1960s.
And importantly, with the exception of, like, MASH, which is actually about Vietnam despite not being set in
Yeah,
Vietnam,
yeah,
right, like Korea just really culturally and mnemonically
Yeah, just gone.
exists, right? You kind of skip.
Yeah.
We skip from the Spanish-American War, and specifically the Rough Riders, to World War II, to Vietnam. I was like, well, there's a couple of wars in between those, huh?
Yeah, but, we'll just breeze past that.
Yeah. We won back-to-back World War champions. Ignore the fact that we didn't do anything in World War One.
Well, I mean, there is an interesting thing that I'm waiting to see
Yeah.
in this.
We got the hint of it when it said the sleeping giant awoke. That was
Yeah.
it vaguely gestured that way. So I'll be real curious to see the extent to which America comes in and quote-unquote saves
Yeah.
the quote-unquote day.
Because I don't want to, upset any First World War American soldiers in the chat.
True.
But
I'm proud of you for understanding how the internet works.
yeah. American First World War soldiers aren't very good.
Practice is about to start.
Yeah.
The benefit to them is as a symbol that everybody knows there's a lot of them, but individually and collectively, they're not great.
They. Oh no, there's a rhythm game. Oh god.
It's quick time fun.
Oh god, I have to do it in specific spots too.
Oh god.
I understand now. It took me a hot second to realize that that was what they were asking for. That's alright, jazz interlude.
To be honest, more games should have a jazz interlude.
Absolutely. I'm completely on board with this. The squeaks are fantastic. As someone with with multiple woodwinds sitting over there, the squeaks are real.
Yeah.
I sympathize.
There's a time and a place for jazz.
Yeah, On the Boat is absolutely the time and the place.
Yeah. Also, how many fingers do they think you have?
Don't worry about this.
I agree that it is weird that no other game acknowledges musicians anymore.
Yeah.
There aren't many games that focus on stuff that isn't fighting.
Continued to cross the Atlantic. Their encounter with the German U-boat.
Oh,
150
okay, Jazz
there.
Interlude done. It's time for unrestricted submarine warfare.
to the fight.
Which they will defeat by clarinet.
Entering the
True.
battlegrounds of the war, their ship was spotted by Ernst.
That was a very dramatic way to
Yeah.
say Ernst. Yeah, like,
Oh, please tell me it's Ernst von Dorf. It's like Baron von Dorf's Navy brother. Please.
31st,
Please.
1916. On land, the conflict was bogged down in trench warfare. Neither the Allies nor the Central Powers were able to make significant gains. At sea, Allied forces dominated Germany with a crippling blockade.
right, World War II impacting how we see World War One. I've been saying it a bunch of these streams, the fact that most World War One games consistently have your enemies be the Germans, while also going, there's no real good side to the war.
It was here
feels
below the surface
like it's projecting
that he
back.
scavenged,
Yeah.
They
hoping to
will be
eke
bad
out
guys,
the
and therefore.
Yeah, the Second World War reflects backwards onto the First World War. And I interviewed and spoke to the guys at EA Dice and asked them, why was there not a German or an
Yes!
Austro-Hungarian war story? And their answer is basically, time and budget and money, and I'm just not convinced. I just
I'm not
don't think
convinced.
it's a convincing answer.
I'm
a
fully not
problematic
convinced by
one.
that answer. We talked a lot about those war stories yesterday with Stefan. If you missed that chat, definitely make sure you check out the recording because that was a fantastic conversation.
Yeah, I
But
bet it was.
pointing out, right, that there is no German or Austro-Hungarian war story, or Ottoman war story, or stories outside of Europe plus the Northern Arabian Peninsula,
Yeah.
despite it being a global war, and all the stories with characters, with actual characterization being white people telling the story.
Yeah, that's a whole thing.
There was a whole thing there.
But there's also that. So then EA Dice took the criticism of there not being a German war story,
And
went,
then did it in
"Okay,
Battlefield 5.
Yeah, well, it's fine. We'll just put one in with a German tank commander. It's like, no. What's wrong with you? This is the bad way of doing it.
I will never not find it hilarious that they took that response and were like, let's make a war story featuring a card-carrying Nazi.
Yeah, but then there was loads of interviews when they were announcing this that they all ended up with the same disclaimer at the end that they did the interview and it got published in like PC Gamer or whatever. And then EA Dice came back to them and went, we just want to clarify that the character you play is a German tank commander, not a Nazi tank commander. That's an important difference for us. It's like, is it?
No, you're not going to be an officer in the Wehrmacht without at least being okay with it.
Yeah, and it's like, it's set in 1945, and you're starting to, you're questioning the ideology that's brought you to this point. It's like, 1945 is pretty late in the day to be questioning the ideology that's brought you to this point.
True. Good lord. What a choice. I love when corporations do transparently dumb stuff due to public backlash.
And, I mean, the Call of Duty guys were no better, because they kept putting in, like, there was a multiplayer character that you could get in Call of Duty World War II that they introduced as a guy walking through a church, in full Nazi SS regalia, just executing prisoners of war who were like lying there, and they named him after an anti-Nazi German resistance fighter who'd been executed by the Nazis for being an anti-Nazi. So either you are genuinely super bad at this and you need to hire some historians to either advise you or slap you quite hard in the face, or you are winking at neo-Nazis in the audience. And I know what I think you might be doing, and it's not super cool, guys.
God. So, yep, that sure was a choice. Sure is a... God damn it. Every time. This is why I largely stay away from the big historical first-person shooters, because there's no good way to approach, those... genuinely, even though all the first-person shooter games I played in this deep dive were quite fun, right? Verdun, Tannenberg, and Battlefield 1 are all in their own ways genuinely very fun, and sometimes do extremely interesting things.
Yeah.
There comes a certain point where it's not getting what I find interesting about it, and often it's not getting the point.
No.
In any substantive way.
Call of Duty World War II is a game that firstly, I'm furious I spent my own money on because I needed to do it for a writing thing.
Tragic.
And it's actually genuinely offensive because there's a level in it which is effectively an Anne Frank simulator.
No.
Where a very obviously Aryan young girl called Anna and an American soldier hide from searching Nazis in a basement, and they hide in cupboards and in little nooks and the like. This is
That is,
deeply distasteful.
yeah, right, well, generally speaking, right, I am not super bothered by people doing kind of weird stuff, that's playing with these big sites of memories and these big memorials, right? Like, there was, I don't know, what was it, a controversy that I think you talked about in the book, right, where Top Gear had to apologize for doing donuts vaguely near a World War One memorial.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that is, I fully don't care. Do donuts, it's fine.
Yeah.
That crossed a lot. There is a going too far though, and playing with something that you fully should not be. Not every story should be in a video game. Period.
No.
That one should not be.
That War Memorial Donuts thing was insane because there
God.
were buildings that lined that, so you might as well go. Well, do you know there were some people going to the toilet near that
True.
War Memorial?
They are wrong. They should
disgraceful.
just hold it in.
Yeah. It's like somebody slept near it recently.
God. Cultural memory is just, it's so weird. I love it
is,
dearly.
and
It is my
particularly when it turns into culture wars stuff.
then it becomes not fun. But when it's just silly, I do love it a
Yeah.
lot. Anyway, one thing, as I'm looking at these facts, by the way, right, as we got our introduction to naval warfare, something that we did not talk about in the first game
No,
at all. At all, which is sensible. One thing I'm noticing they're doing a bit differently than they do in the first one. Right, the first one, a lot of the stuff you pick up are like, insignias,
Yes.
buttons of uniforms, bullet casings, and they talk a lot of technological stuff, and a lot of like that nitty-gritty history buff. Here are the details of some of the regiments. They seem to be moving away from that in this one immediately. That these are much more like encyclopedic, geosocial histories.
Yes.
Also, continuing to have really good use of archival photos.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
they've done
really good use of archival photos in this.
I'll be very interested in seeing where they got this bits and pieces from. I'm just perpetually interested in what the developers have read.
Same. God, I wish more games had bibliographies.
Yes, they
Shout-
100% should.
Shoutouts to Pentiment Chat for being the game that has a bibliography. Josh Sawyer made my year. Okay, anyway, we are underwater, and underwater, as everyone knows, is sepia.
Yes. The little-known diving aspect of the Battle of Jutland.
True. Okay, this is actually... I mean, apart from the fact that we don't have an air tube, so I'm not sure how we're supposed to be surviving with the diving bell. Don't worry about it, though. We get that gorgeous imagery.
It is... Valiant Hearts is just perpetually a beautiful game.
And hey, I bet this is an underwater level with no shark attacks, so...
Yeah.
That's gonna be a pleasant change of pace.
You reckon there'll be mines at some point.
Probably. Ooh, a shiny.
Is this going to be the wreck of the Lusitania that has decided to teleport itself?
Probably. But hey, if Ernst here is looking for shinies, he and I are for the first time on the same page.
Yeah, absolutely. We have
Right.
a common goal.
Exactly. Out of all the characters in this, I vibe with Ernst the most because we are both obsessed with shinies.
Yeah.
I have lots of opinions about the various use of shinies in this game. Because... Right, it's honestly, as much as I love it, there's times when the game feels like it is, or the original Valiant Hearts at least, felt like it is primarily a vehicle to grab shinies.
Yes.
Right? The shinies are the point, and
story
everything.
is the thing that happens in between shiny collection.
Exactly. And sometimes in tension with shiny collection, and if the two are ever in dispute, the shiny collection should come first.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a... Please stop. Mobile controls. Mobile controls! I don't think that's a very good way of doing it. I think there have been some games that have kind of innovated on the shinies a little bit as historical things that do them better. No,
I'm assuming you spotted the shiny from behind
I
the crate.
absolutely spotted the shiny behind the crate. Is this paper-based material underwater, though? It sure
I
is.
believe it's laminated.
A Navy propaganda poster. Urges civilians to donate glasses, binoculars, spyglasses, and anything with a lens to the war effort. Magpie mentality.
That went well.
Exactly. What is the point of having lenses if you can't see anything with them? And then we need to... Oh. Put the lever in here. And then we'll... drop that. Perfect. This is such an interesting... Right, they just left us on a cliffhanger on, oh yeah, we just ran into unrestricted submarine warfare. Again.
Yeah, having started in 1918...
We have jumped back
and
twice.
jumped backwards.
Twice.
Yeah.
Because we jumped back to Vimy, and then we jumped back again to...
Jutland.
Exactly. Right, so we had James, we had... Introducing James, we had Freddy, and George at Vimy, went back to James, and now we've jumped back to Jutland. It's like, okay. I understand that we need to introduce the characters here, and that you want that brotherly relationship to be the centerpiece. But also, I'm getting a bit lost in the sauce.
Yeah.
A U-boat propaganda poster. In its first battle, the Untersee boat, U-9 sank 3 warships in an hour. With only 28 submarines in service, the German Navy desperately needed to build more. Propaganda was employed to convince the public to help fund them.
Fun fact for everybody in the chat, who presumably has heard about the sinking of the Lusitania, is that one of the things the Germans pointed to in defence of themselves, having sunk the liner, was the fact that they put notices in New York newspapers saying that they were going to do exactly that. To warn passengers before they got on board.
Well, I mean, yeah. Can't say... That sure is a warning.
Yeah. They're pointing out that, there's a restricted area around the British Isles. Ships that are entering it do so at their own risk. Ships that are entering it carrying munitions definitely do so at their own risk.
Yeah. And it was definitely doing both of those things.
Yeah.
So, that being said,
it's
still was a jerk move.
Yeah.
Well, hello, Math, with the 32 months of Tier 1.
That's a lot of months.
That's a lot of months. As you can see, we're playing more Valiant Hearts, but this time we are sepia tone and underwater. This helmet is part of the first diving suits that didn't require a surface air pump. Hey, look, KJ, you beat the game to it by just a moment. The German firm Dreger was one of the first to sell autonomous diving equipment. Thanks to a compressed gas caster, a precursor to the diving cylinder, the diver could remain autonomous without tubes running to the surface. But they weren't safe beyond unlimited depth. Scuba open circuit systems are 1940s in origin. So, look at that. They got ahead of...
I've got to imagine the last thing that guy needs is another helmet to carry around.
True, but the shiny compels him, and therefore we are all in this together. Whee. Man, I'm so happy there's another one of these games.
Yeah.
Like, they're... The first one was extremely satisfying and got... Right, as a centenary memorial game, really, I think, was a success of anything they could have possibly been trying to do with it.
Yeah.
But now we just get another one, and that's just a treat. That's just we get to have a good time.
Yeah, an unexpected one.
Exactly.
Because I thought the time that they were going to do this had long passed.
Same. I thought, right, I talked about this a little bit with Stefan yesterday, but I very much want to hear your thoughts. Right, I assumed interest in World War One would, by and large, right, obviously the huge peak in 2014.
Yeah.
And then it fell off. I assumed there would be another peak in 2018 for the end of the centenary. And then I assumed it would fall off.
Yeah.
And instead the opposite has happened. And I'm not sure why, and I'm curious if you have some thoughts as to why we're seeing, right, not just continued, but ever increasing interest in looking back to World War One.
Yeah. I do have some theories about it. So I think, because to start with, my line has been that Verdun, which you mentioned earlier and you played, which is a lot of fun, plus Valiant Hearts equaled Battlefield 1.
Correct.
Because the makers of Battlefield 1 looked at Verdun and went, wow, people are doing a shooting, first-person shooter, First World War game. We'd always assumed everybody would hate that. And actually, it turns out people like it and will definitely play it, and they'll play it online. And then Valiant Hearts showed that there are narrative potentials in the First World War. And Battlefield 1 also went, okay, fantastic, we can tell stories. So there's a single player mode in there as well. Before I carry on, just Jockistar in the chat saying, anything that started in 2018, pandemic 2023, 2024 becomes the release date is also probably true. The knock-on effect of kind of the delays of time. But what I think a lot of games developers, and even, taking AAA ones like, why does Battlefield 1 exist in the first place? Is that, here's a guy having a bad day. Is that audiences...
It's a good thing we picked up a spare diving helmet, huh?
Yeah, fantastic. What a coincidence. Is that people don't actually know a lot about the First World War. Really, in general, most people don't know a lot about the First World War.
Agreed.
Which gives you narrative potential. And, online games and technology has allowed for extra different types of games to appear. But what I find super interesting about the new games that are appearing is not just the fact that, we're getting more and more and more, is the weird breadth of them. So coming out later this year, there's a game called War Hospital, where you are in charge of like a casualty clearing station, and you've got to triage the soldiers coming in, decide who gets treated, who's too gravely wounded to die. I think that's an amazing concept for a game, and would not have predicted that at all. In the lead up to 2014. So what I think that games developers are getting from it is firstly a vibe from audiences that this is something worth exploring in enough. There's enough of an audience there for you to do a thing. But also, there are enough untapped story potentials in the First World War to make this viable, because people just don't know enough about it. I think games developers think they've plumbed the Second World War for as much as they can do it. This is
That's pretty dark
stuff going on around.
Yeah, it is.
But yeah, I think that's it. That games developers have realised that there's an audience and there is untapped narrative for them. And that means that they think they've got room to grow into it. They're not going to be competing to the extent that all the AAAs hoovered up the Second World War.
That makes sense, except that we've also seen an explosion of World War II games.
Yeah, so a lot of the AAA ones jumped back into the Second World War. They used the First World War as a jumping off point. I mean, Call of Duty didn't bother at all, but they used the reset of Battlefield 1 as going back to historical roots after Jon Snow in space, to kind of return to their roots. But it's interesting how the First World War is being used as a narrative opportunity rather than just simply another first-person shooter and another first-person shooter. Because we had Beyond the Wire, which is a first-person shooter game which I haven't played. But, you know, Blackmill Games have basically hoovered up the first-person shooter market with Verdun and then Tannenberg and then Izonzo.
Yes.
Nobody else really is competing with them. People are doing different stuff.
My game crashed.
Oh no!
Drama.
Well, how will we
Please
ever know
hold.
how the war ended?
Truly. Oh no, it's fully crashed. That's interesting. Alright, well, please hold while I reload that.
The First World War will return.
Uh-huh. Hopefully we can just load up into the same chapter.
Oh god, yeah, I wonder when it last saved. Probably actually when you
I
got
assume
back...
at the cutscene.
Yeah.
But yeah, looks like Old Skull Games, by the way, happens to be the secondary dev, who did most of the mobile stuff for it. Alright, well, we're back. Continue. We'll see where it continues at. Right here. We missed nothing.
Hooray!
We're back. Everyone panic. But yeah, in those like World War II games, right, there's another hospital sim set in the Pacific theater of World War II that came out not that long ago.
I didn't know that.
There's another one that's honestly fantastic called World War II Rebuilding Sim, which is I got to play a demo for it at PAX East, and honestly, they're doing some really cool things. Actually, the same publisher, it's a Polish dev that worked with the national, that was working with like some of the national institutes for commemoration in Poland with some of those games. There's a Codebreaker one, there's a World War II Rebuilding Sim, yeah, there's a few more like that. And then there's also ones like Hell Let Loose, and Enlisted as sort of more squad-based, I guess not indie, but semi-indie, shooter games set in the war.
Yeah.
Okay, and we are just trying to load up everyone we can onto our little salvage vessel here. What are we doing salvage in the middle of contested waters?
Yeah.
It feels a little dubious. Oh, I know, I'm trying to not let you drown. Oh. Oops.
Ooh.
I let that guy drown.
He didn't make it.
He fully did not make it.
Or maybe he just swam up there.
Yeah, of course. Same as the guy who just showed back up again, of course.
Yeah.
Yep, definitely.
There he is, and you know, everyone's fine.
Everyone's fine. Yep, fine, yep.
He's fine, they're all fine.
Our boat is fine. These people's focus on the Western Front companies probably don't see a way for them to be super action-packed FPS games. That's been, like, historically true, yeah.
Yeah. And certainly Battlefield 1 and the like decided to set their game as late in the war as they felt that they could, basically to turn it into a Second World War game. Lots of movement, lots of running, lots of stuff.
Aw, he had a violin, and it got smushed.
But fortunately, everyone who was on the boat was okay.
We're gonna
Right?
pretend. Yeah, yep, definitely. Totally fine.
Stranded
They're
for
all
hours
okay,
in
just
the
out of shot.
aftermath of the Battle of Jutland, Ernst was starting to feel his grip slip away. But when the merchant sailors aboard the submarine, the Germania, came to his aid, they not only saved Ernst's life, they also took him in as one of their own. In them,
Huh.
Ernst found kindred spirits, and
They are.
instantly felt right.
This is something, right, just a parallel to what we talked about yesterday with Stefan. Right, the naval group here being aggressively multicultural.
Even
We
at
love
home,
that.
you have to carry your weight.
Also,
Right.
merchant sailors on a
On
submarine.
a submarine. Don't question it. I'm not sure why they'd be on a submarine, but
And what are they merchanting on their submarine?
torpedoes, I think.
Yeah.
Does it happen to say anything about merchant sailors here? No. No.
I can't help but feel that the Kriegsmarine would have wanted that submarine.
Yeah. Hey, you know, sweet home question mark? Yeah. Oh look, we also got dazzle camouflage. Ships were painted with zebra lines, so enemy submarine scouting was not as effective, and will prevent submarines from hitting their target due to inaccurate distance estimates. As far as I know, this is actually not true. This was definitely what they argued it did,
Yeah.
but since they worked off
did it or not.
the silhouette of the smokestacks, you can do whatever you want. If you're bellowing smoke, you can just gauge how far away the smoke is.
Yeah, the wind real helpful.
Yeah. So, despite the perception from the surface that dazzle camouflage was really impressive, and it is iconic.
Yeah.
As far as I know, that's a case case where they are very much staying to the simplistic rather than the scholarly understanding of how well that actually worked.
Yeah. It probably didn't hurt.
Probably didn't hurt, yeah. I think that's a very good way of saying that. But anyway, so we are on a German submarine with a bunch of buddies. Someone is downstairs looking for us, okay. Why is there a skull on our... I feel like there's not enough space on this for things like personal possessions and bleached auroch skulls. Just saying. Oh, please, mobile controls.
Please.
But yeah, where were we? We were talking about, like, why is there so much, like, continued interest in the war? And I think, like, what we said so far makes sense, with the... Also, because Battlefield 1, you mentioned, right, you think that it's basically Verdun plus Valiant Hearts.
Yeah.
It came out in, what, 2016? So what was that? Like, basically, like a two-ish year dev cycle? Which makes sense.
And the developers of Battlefield 1 were aware of Valiant Hearts when they were trying to pitch it to EA. And because Valiant Hearts had been announced in like concept trailers years and years before it came out. It was only then kind of when they got up and running and they contacted like the Mission Centenaire and like so. The Battlefield guys did know a reasonable amount about it and are pretty freely happy to admit that they took inspiration from it.
And hey, there are worse options. It's interesting though, if we're saying right that there's direct influence, the places that those two games diverge becomes even more interesting, especially with how they approach like educational things.
Yeah.
Right, Battlefield 1 takes the incredibly weird approach of assuming that people are going to read the codex as achievement rewards.
Yeah, because you know who doesn't play a game for reading?
I mean, this channel's best performing content is me staring at a Google Doc. We are a non-representative population, and I love you all for it, chat.
Yeah.
But like realistically, even this menu is more than I think, more than 50% of players will engage with.
Yep.
Right.
100%.
I think very few people are going to actually engage with even this much of a menu.
Yep.
Battlefield 1 puts like 4 layers of obfuscation before getting to their codex at all. Because not only you have to unlock it by achievements, you then have to be in the mission, and then pause, and then
then
access the
read it.
codex.
Yeah.
You can't just access the codex menu.
Nope.
And it's like... It's so... I guess... almost aggressively difficult to access. It's... like, I mean, it's a mass market entertainment game that happens to... that's primarily shaped by genre conventions and then by being in World War One.
Yes.
But also, it's like they felt the need to put in the codex entries because a World War One game must be educational.
Yep.
In a way that other historical games don't have to be.
No. Weirdly, games about the First World War, and this is, maybe predominantly a British thing, have to fight against the appearance of being disrespectful more than Second World War games do.
Yes.
Because First World War games are... because the First World War was a bad war and people died for no reason and all of that, it then feels more disrespectful to turn it into play than it does with the Second World War.
There are so many skulls on this boat.
Yeah, Jesus.
There was a human skull on this boat.
And a crocodile skull now, and I feel moved to ask what happened to the previous crew.
And the shark in the... or... I mean, shark... Megalodon? It's a miniaturized Megalodon in between the pipes there.
Yep.
And just a femur. And in anglerfish?
Yeah. And there's a swordfish thing there as well.
Yep, and a distressed-looking pufferfish in the foreground.
Yeah.
What is with this boat? Did Jules Verne make this up? Yes.
Might have done.
Honestly, that's unironically a really good shout. The fact that we're on a submarine means that we have to have references to the naturalistic sci-fi of 20,000 Leagues.
Yes. Because the other question is, well, how did you get any of this stuff? Because it's a submarine. It's not an aquarium.
Yeah, true. And
who was going
also,
outside?
I guess our autonomous diving suit that Ern's definitely carried with him. But also, where are you going into the Pacific in order to get the pufferfish, or the Red Sea and the Egyptian Delta, the Nile Delta, in order to get a crocodile?
I'm not sure that this merchant submarine's legit,
That's not an elephant. That's a mammoth. Like, no universe can tell me that is an elephant tusk.
Yeah.
That's at least a mastodon. Okay, I'll forgive everything. They got a chicken.
Yay!
Yay!
I just on math in the chat saying that a lot of the British political is because it not experiencing anything in the way that the French and the Germans did. And I think that's definitely true. Also that Britain doesn't have an army in the same way that France and Germany does at the time. So it's all volunteers up until 1916, and those are the guys who get hit hardest. And it then becomes a war that touches everybody. What's super interesting about how that plays out in games like this is that there's a shared vision between Britain and America as the primary audiences for a lot of these games, particularly Battlefield 1. But we've already said that America has replaced the First World War with Vietnam, and the developers of Battlefield 1 were Swedish, and therefore don't have like a version of the First World War memory. So there's a weird way that the British version has tentacled out.
Yeah.
Because Valiant Hearts is a French game.
Yes. It's Montpellier, the Ubisoft Montpellier, I believe, right?
Yeah, and Yone Fenice was French, and the like. But you get these different recurring aspects of the. Oh, that's the. Are we going to trap? Oh, okay. There we go.
This is fine.
Yeah. For a minute, I thought we were going to have to trap it in the tube and then move the trapped air.
Uh-huh. I am curious, if the pipes are broken in the submarine, I feel like that's just bad news if we're not at dock.
Yeah.
I feel like that's just bad news. I'm not an expert, but I feel like you want all the pipes to be sealed
Yeah.
when you are under the water.
Very, very clearly, deciding on where you want the oxygen, the CO2, and the water, and generally apart from each other.
Ideally in different places. Oh dear. A periscope eyepiece. A critical component of a submarine's periscope. Understandable. Where am I supposed to go? I thought I was supposed to go in there. Okay. Oh, I need to use the periscope. Okay. God, there's so many... There's so many things on this boat. That's a place where it feels, like, non-cohesive a little bit. Right. It's fun to see as they move into these different modes of the war, to see how they're constructing that.
1916,
Yeah.
the US
I
remained
had not thought at all about, like, submarines and 20,000 Leagues in particular being, like, the touch point people have with submarines. It's that or, what, Hunt for Red October.
Yeah. Pretty much.
As the two. Also, I'm loving what they're doing with music.
Yeah.
Right, we had, like, radio in the previous game, but not performance. Not the idea that music is something that everyone was doing all the time. But of course it is.
James, who was working the Baltimore docks at the time, was surprised to see the submarine pull into port.
They're really playing around with the timeline of this.
Yeah. Why? Hey, my clarinet! No!
No,
No!
you can't have it.
He's gonna die for it. Come on, Ernst. Come on, Ernst. Under a C-section in Baltimore docks.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
You, sir, have crossed the line.
Witness! Okay.
Perfect. There's a guy down. I'm so confused why we're on a submarine. I mean, we're behaving like merchant sailors, right?
Yeah.
The idea that we would not be allowed, or that we could even pull into port in Maryland as German sailors in 1916, would be dubious if we were not non-combatants.
Yeah.
But why are we on a submarine?
I reckon that the reason they've picked a submarine is it makes it plausible that they have gotten past the British blockade. Because they went under it.
I guess, yeah.
And they don't need to worry about being torpedoed because they are the torpedoers.
That's fair. I guess there is a chance, right, that they may be actually drawing on something specific here. But my instinct is not that they are that this is another clarinet. How did another clarinet show up? Okay. Well, that guy's horrifying. I love him. Who is this guy? A Klabautermann statue. I love him.
What a guy.
Many German sailors believed in the Klabautermann, a spirit that protects ships. Here he is represented as a man with a hammer and a tobacco pipe. Said he warns a ship crew of danger and he only leaves the ship if it goes down. That is the sort of thing that the original game just doesn't pull up. I love that. That is the sort of weird stuff that I am fully on board with.
Yeah, I want strange stuff.
I want as many weird little guys in our historical codices for video games as possible. While I'm down here, I should see if there's another shiny down here. There totally is. Okay, that's it for shinies. Grieving rituals at the time were often very public and communal, so that much happening for so many people is causing a serious amount of distress. So there's a serious push to individualize... Oh, sorry, I jumped in the middle of a thing. From math, to very quickly addressing the tangent, British volunteers at the time were often put in regiments that were from the same village. That if something went poorly, entire villages would be stuck with dozens or hundreds of coffins. And so grieving rituals at the time were often very public, and that much happening for so many people was causing a lot of distress. And so they kind of just lie and say, it's totally better to grieve in private instead of collectively. We love... Math has a psychology degree, and so does a lot of the history and psych intersections, which is just a phenomenal in the sort of lens to engage with a lot of the stuff around World War I think, in particular.
Yeah. What I would say in addition to that is because British soldiers in the war aren't brought home, so the coffins don't come back. They all get you get buried pretty much where you fell, or in kind of collective cemeteries and graveyards, and like in France or Belgium or wherever. Is that you also therefore end up with, or the kind of the Greek families don't have until war memorials appear after the war, a focal point for their grief. So it ends up also inevitably taking place in private because there's no grave they can go and visit. There is no body, there is nowhere that they can go to do their grief, so it also ends up happening behind closed doors, but in ways that are coded. So, you could walk down the street could be empty, but you'd be able to know which houses were grieving by the way that the blinds or the curtains were up. If they were black curtains or something like that, it was a signal that this house is in grief.
Yes. And then you just kind of don't engage in the collective acts of it. It's just present. Okay, wrench. Do you have a wrench? Can you save my pig? I was like, oh, okay. Okay. Understood. So where does this pipe run? Pipe runs straight across, the pipe runs straight across, the pipe... Oh, we're just gonna put the water... Oh boy, here we go once again, putting the air on the inside and the, Yep, we're gonna put the carbon dioxide in the inside of the boat, and pray that the water doesn't become also on the inside of the boat.
Yeah. But look,
perfect.
We the big E.
Hooray! And we get a violin riff for it. Man, this is... What a charming little sequence.
I'm probably getting... Oh, go on, sorry.
No, I was just thoroughly continuing to enjoy this game a lot.
Yeah,
but yes.
It is nice. I was just going to say, I'm probably going to have to head off in about 5 minutes' time or so, but if there were any last bits and pieces that people wanted in the chat and the like, I will happily field them before I go and start packing for holiday.
Perfect. Yeah, I do have one final topic while they are still asking the questions. And that is, right, obviously it's been quite a few years since your first book came out. We've seen a lot of new games come out since then. So overall, have you been noticing any new directions or updates that you didn't expect in 2015 in the last couple of years of how we imagine the World War and play World War I?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that it's still going is something that I hoped for, but had no real, like, as we were saying earlier on, generally expected that 2018 would be it for First World War games, that, we'd enjoy it while we had it and then it would be gone. The fact that it's still enduring and is evolving on itself, I think, is super, super interesting, and really pleasing. That we're not just getting the same First World War game out again and again and again and again. There is a spread of different titles that are appearing. From hospitals to strategy games to stuff like this to survival horror, which again I still think is a really interesting place to explore the First World War. What I'm also kind of reasonably interested and pleased about is the fact that it geographically has a spread to it. Battlefield 1 had the expansions in the Eastern Front, which was fine, but then Tannenberg came out, and then Isonzo came out, and I was saying during the centenary, if you'd have told me that a lot of people would be going online to play a First World War computer game set in Italy, I'd have laughed at you, because it's never going to happen. Because no one cares about or knows that Italy was involved in the war at all. It's just not a big thing. So the fact that it's exploring wider geography and it's also exploring different, stories. It's not just, this could be a Second World War game, but it's skinned as a First World War shooter type thing. I think is very interesting and reassuring that actually this has probably got legs for the time being, which makes me think that, after the centenary, there's been a big push. There's always a big push, but there was a big push. What did we learn? What was the outcome of the First World War centenary? What was its benefits? What was its drawbacks? Maybe it's too early to tell.
Dear Freddy,
yet. Maybe, actually, we're too close. We're still doing the First World War centenary in computer games.
It does feel that way, right? Especially since media still, right? I know a big scholarly trend in the centenary was thinking about, how do academic understandings progress into the popular conscience. That still is happening in fits and starts, and not, there's been movement. Valiant Hearts has been leading the way on that movement in a lot of ways, but there still is a lot that feels like the 50th anniversary or even earlier, right? That really, in some ways, we haven't moved past 1929 in how we imagine World War I. And some of those old narratives are still cycling and still being a really dominant force in our understanding of, everything.
Yes, and I've been saying for a while that, largely in regards to...
Oh, looks like we lost you just a little bit, so...
Am I back? Can you hear me again?
We can hear you now, yep.
Fantastic. Is that there's a tendency to go, okay, this piece of media is bad because it isn't up to date with the latest academic theories about the war, and therefore I don't like it.
Yes.
And my instinct is that, firstly, modern media, computer games, films, and that are under no obligation to be historically accurate. Their primary reason for being is to be entertaining. They can choose the level of accuracy that then they want to attempt with that, but spin the wheel on it. But for historians, if we give up the field to computer game developers or filmmakers or TV directors, and we don't get involved, or we don't make ourselves available to get involved, then we have to live with what we get.
Yep.
And too often, it's probably academic historians who are not being available enough for computer game developers to find them and interact with them. Because computer game developers do want to have historians involved. Not necessarily in the ways that I'd want historians to be involved. It's often about, is this button accurate or not?
Definitely not the way that historians want to be involved.
No.
But they do want something.
They do want something, and if historians don't make themselves available, computer game developers don't really know how to find us.
No.
It is one of the things that I've learned from the centenary that we need to be better at. But also, history departments at universities have for a while, in regards to computer games, been kind of conservative with a small c. They don't necessarily see them as being worthwhile things to look at. And there's a slight snobbery about it, which I obviously don't think is particularly cool.
I was straight up told that I should not apply for a doctoral project to study games because it's not serious. So
Well,
I feel ya.
yeah, that person is wrong for any number of reasons. But one of the things that annoys me about historical computer games, First World War computer games when they come out, is that they get released and people in the press pick up on them, and then they go,
Yes.
"Oh, this is interesting. Let's ask random history professor who's 70 years old, has never played a computer game before in their life. We're not going to really explain the medium to them. We're just going to provide them with a bunch of details about computer games and ask them if it's accurate. And they're going to go, no, it's not accurate because X, Y, and Z, therefore it's bad." And that becomes the discourse and that becomes the narrative.
Exactly. Or it'll be like, hey, give us basically an encyclopedia entry about this thing and don't actually engage in media criticism at all. And then at the end have a section of being like, I'll be honest, I haven't touched a computer game since like 1991.
Yeah.
They
Why are we
look
asking
nice.
you? You know, the strategy game that came out recently, you mentioned it earlier, Western Front.
Yeah.
I saw a lot of various, like, again, gaming press stuff come out going, you know, isn't it interesting? Why haven't there been more First World War computer games? That's an interesting thing to write an article about. And I think I've been very restrained in not going, gee, if only there was, like, an existing body of work that explored this exact thing.
If only there was a whole ass book about it.
Yeah. To maybe answer some of those questions, rather than repeating the same question in articles every 6 months. Why aren't there more First World War games? Well, actually, there are quite a lot of First World War games now.
Yeah, because, I mean, right in, 2013, Adam Chapman says that there's, like, about 60.
Yeah.
By 2015, there's a few more. And now we've, like, pushing on...
building a collective.
If we're not at 100, we're pretty damn close to it.
Yeah, I would think so. And that's not including modded stuff that people have turned into First World War games.
Exactly. Good lord. Yeah, I'm sure there's a World War I Hearts of Iron mod.
Yeah, oh, there absolutely must be. I mean, there's definitely one about, like, the Kaiserreich. For Hearts of Iron. I see JCDC...
Actually, I think it's a Victoria mod that did the World War I. There may be both. Yeah. I could see them push Mia's Paradox modding community. There's undoubtedly both.
Yeah. I see in regards to JCDC in the chat saying, you know, are academic viewpoints fixed? You know, how often do they change? And they do change. There are noticeable kind of movements in academic viewpoint of the First World War, and the most kind of... There are two really big recent ones. The first is the move towards transnational history.
Yes.
Which is kind of give a pared down version of. So, again, certainly in Britain, but also for most of the countries, is that you get the British experience of the First World War, or a book on the German experience of the First World War, or you could go and buy a book on the Battle of the Somme, and the French aren't in it, which is firstly a massive oversight. It's bad history. I'm very sorry. Because the French are definitely involved, and you don't even get that much on the Germans being involved. It's very kind of siloed history. There are individual national experiences of it, and they don't overlap. Transnational history goes, you know, yes, there is a British experience of the Somme, but you can't understand the British experience of the Somme without also understanding the German experience of the Somme. You know, they are quite involved.
Mm-hmm. And I think probably the corollary to that is, right, you go transnational, you zoom out farther, you engage with those dialogues, you also zoom in way farther.
Yes.
Right? Not quite micro-history levels of zoomed in, but, right, we're zooming out more, we're zooming in more to get a look at, you know, the British discourse or the British experience of the Somme. Well, it's not one experience.
No.
It's a half a dozen different experiences that engage with each other in very weird ways.
Yes, and what happens when we compare them with a French experience of battle? Why do these British people experience it in this way, and these French people experience it in this way? What makes that a thing? And the other big academic movement recently is by Robert Gerwarth and John Horn, who posit the Greater War theory. Which is that in many ways, the First World War doesn't end until 1923.
Ooh, yeah, I like that take.
well, a lot of academics like that take a lot because they go, yes, fine, the war as we recognise it, 1914 to 1918, ends with the armistice in 1918 and the peace treaty of 1919.
Yes.
But the Russian Civil War doesn't end then.
No. The Balkan crises don't end then.
No, the collapse of the Ottoman Empire and the wars there don't end then.
The Irish question didn't start in 1920.
No. And it is not resolved in 1919 with the signing of the Treaty of Versailles. So the wars that emerge and begin during the First World War carry on until about 1923. And I think that there is a really, really good book, and I think it is just called The Greater War by Robert Gerworth. And there's other stuff that he's written with John Horn, which people in the chat, if you want to read, when I read Robert Gerworth's book on the Greater War, it's one of those ones go, I am like 5 times smarter just for having read the introduction.
I love books like that.
Very, very good. And it is very convincing that actually the way that we look at the First World War in drawing a hard end for it in 1918, 1919 might actually only be applicable to France. And even then it's a stretch. Oof. Everybody else involved, their war continues in some way, shape or form beyond 1919.
Yeah. I love that take, and I think that's a take that pop culture is not ready for.
No, it's really
not even close.
At all.
The moment that they are ready for it, we're gonna throw a party.
Yeah, well, there's going to be a lot of academic historians who are like, okay, now we can start talking about some really interesting stuff, because like the complete disintegration of Eastern Europe, and Central Europe, and Southern Europe, and there's a lot of deeply awful stuff that happens, and all of it is because of the First World War, and is a war that continues beyond our endpoint.
I'll be really curious, actually. One of the games that just got announced is about the Czechoslovak Legion. It's called Last Train Home. I'll be super curious to see if that starts gesturing in that direction. Because, that is a story that does not end in 1919.
No, it 100% does not.
And it's a story that you can't tell without reaching beyond 1919. So I'll be real curious to see if that starts pushing in that direction.
Yeah, because then again we'll know to the extent to which this is starting to resonate.
Yeah. Oh God, that's such a good point. All right, we need to let you get going, but there is one more.
Sorry.
No, one more question for you on the way out, since you are wearing the shirt. The inevitable question we always ask: what are your thoughts on Andor? And relatedly, you got a second book that came out. Where can people find it?
So, okay, thoughts on Andor. I adored Andor. I thought it was brilliant. I thought it was fantastic. I thought it was super interesting. So there's stuff on my website about...
Oh no, dang technology. It betrayed us again. Hold on a sec. Our internet has betrayed us. Our internet betrayed us in the middle of that once again.
Lucasfilm, they got to us.
They got to us? Yep. They didn't want the truth getting out there. But yes, we are back.
Fabulous. So, I adored Andor. It was brilliant. It was great. It was such a slow burner. I liked the fact that because it was slow in the way that they structured it, you can take the Star Wars out of Andor and it works perfectly fine.
Yeah.
As a spy political thriller. So there's stuff on my website about me talking about Star Wars, because my relationship with Star Wars is super weird. Because I was writing my book about Star Wars, and then I got contacted by DK, who have the Star Wars publishing license, to say, do you want to write a military history book about Star Wars with us, an official book about Star Wars with us? Which it turned out I really, really did want to do that.
Yeah.
And that came out a couple of years ago, and it's called Star Wars Battles That Changed the Galaxy. And I co-wrote it with several other friends, or several other Star Wars authors who are now my friends. And it's, you know, if you were to go into like Space Bookshop and in the Star Wars universe and buy like a space military history book, that's how we wrote it.
Yeah.
So you might see little First World War snippets and that in some of the sections. We don't own up to which bits that we wrote. But I now have this ongoing relationship with Lucasfilm and DK that may lead to other fun things in the future that are officially Star Wars shaped. And if
Incredible.
those things ever appear, then my Twitter account and stuff like that is where the place that you'll find them. But I think it's going to be tough for me to do more Star Wars analysis simply because I jumped the fence. I couldn't bring out another version of my academic Star Wars book called like More History, More Politics, because
You're on the wrong side of the fence now.
yeah, it's like, well, you wrote this stuff, Chris. Of course, there's history in it. That's not how this works. You can't do a thing and then analyze it afterwards. And Lucasfilm are then going to walk into the room and go, what the hell's this? Is this is this what your long game was, that you know get involved with us to write history stuff to then analyze it? Because I'm pretty sure you're not going to get the chance to do it again.
Aww, but that's such a good career path.
Yeah. I think with that, it's reached the point where it's kind of like, you know, pick a side. And it's not a hard pick for me between analysing Star Wars and doing Star Wars.
100%. Do Star Wars all the time.
Yeah, Raptor in the chat says, I have read that book. I hope you enjoyed it. There are parts of that book that I'm particularly fond of. The introduction and the Battle of Endor. But apart from that, it's very hard to tell which bits I wrote and which bits other people wrote. We carved it up a lot, but
Amazing.
I love that book.
Yep. And on that note, chat, for the analysis side of Star Wars, right now you can get 25% off Chris's academic book, The History and Politics of Star Wars, by clicking on the link that I dropped in chat and putting in the code HBSWCK there. It's available in hardback if you have infinite money, and paperback for the rest of us.
The paperback's is not only insanely much cheaper, but also has like a nice front cover on it. There is literally no reason anybody would buy the hardback.
Look, if you have $170 to drop on it, go for it.
Yeah, but you know, if you want to pay your rent this month, then maybe go for the paperback one.
But all versions that code will work on, so if you are independently wealthy, go for it.
Yeah.
If you're the rest of us, I highly encourage you all to read that book. Alright, chat, join us in very huge round of applause for Chris. Stream is not done though. We're gonna let Chris get going, so we're gonna jump to an ad break, and then we will be back to do the back half of Valiant Hearts Coming Home. So don't go anywhere. But again, thank you so much, Chris, for joining us. Enjoy your holiday.
Thanks, everybody.
Yep, alright. We'll be back in just a moment, but for just right now, bye-bye. Well, welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that ad break, enjoyed whatever the heck is happening. I was gonna see, there's a little bit of scuffage going on, but welcome back. Raymond logo, yeah. Isn't it great? Though I do seem to be not far enough down on the overlay there. There we go. That's better. So, we're back, continuing with Valiant Hearts Coming Home, which means, you know, the scuffage, because this is my camera, normally. It's also my game screen this time, so that does some weird stuff. That does a lot of weird stuff. But yeah, what a fabulous interview that was. What a fabulous guest. What a treat we got. So, I hope y'all enjoyed getting to talk to Chris a little bit there. But if you are just tuning in, we just came off an interview with Chris Kempshall, who literally wrote the book on the First World War in computer games. And we are playing the sequel to Valiant Hearts, right? This is the last day of our World War I focus. And so we opened up by playing Valiant Hearts, and now we are finishing up by playing more Valiant Hearts. Because at early 2023, Ubisoft released a mobile game for Netflix Games that is the long-awaited sequel to Valiant Hearts. And it has been an absolute treat so far. So, we're gonna hop back into it, but if you enjoyed the interview previously, or this game, of course, make sure you hit that follow button to be notified for all of the streams as we transition into other topics and looking ahead to other games. If you enjoy it, of course, make sure you support the channel that way, or by subscribing here on Twitch. Alright, let's do it. So, we are now playing as Ernst, who got conscripted into the German army because the merchant sailors... The carefree merchant sailors from all over the world who were using a German U-boot is just an odd experience all around. All around a weird experience, but you know, that's fine. Oh, they're all sad. Merchant sub really is an odd thing to put on. That was the weirdest thing we've seen so far. Like, good lord. Out of a pile of very weird things, carefree, I guess 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, globetrotting, picked up random mementos and animal bits. We've now transitioned from 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea and the carefree, musical, vaguely slightly swashbuckling adventure to the Hunt for Red October, Sepia-toned military sub.
The Germania was henceforth ordered to hunt convoys in the Atlantic. Ernst was faced with a grim choice: torpedo the Pocahontas and kill his friend, or disobey a superior's direct order and risk being put to death. He had chosen to save his friend, but knew it would only be a matter of time before he was ordered to kill again.
This feels like something that would be in an anime, starting out whimsical, then hitting a tone whiplash when the war intrudes, and that seems to be the primary relationship that we're getting over and over, is alternating between these moments of camaraderie, bordering on whimsy, and good cheer that then gets consumed by the war and breaks all these people.
Anna, the Belgian nurse, battled every day against the war to save soldiers.
Battled every... Ooh. I wish Magistress was here, because that was a framing. Right, the nurse, as warrior, fighting against the abstract entity of the war in not frontline combat, but like pseudo homefront combat, right? And so that complex relationship of, you know, factory workers as soldiers, dock workers as soldiers, motherhood as soldiery, nursing as soldiery, right? That perpetual framing just quietly showed up again. And, you know, it is perpetually interesting the extent to which that is just quietly accepted. Fighting the war against the war, right? It's not a war against anyone, right? Insofar as the previous Valiant Hearts and this game thus far have made it a war between people, it's primarily a war between people who largely like each other and get along and are forced into a horrible situation. The enemy, in this conception of World War I, is World War I. Oh, all the way up, please. How many shinies do we have? Oh, we've got a few, we got a bunch of shinies, actually, hold on. But importantly, Field Hospital. This war was the first war of such magnitude. Casualty management required a completely new organization. Evacuation from the battlefield was performed by a stretcher, the wounded were carried to a triage tent, then transported to a field hospital. This is where emergency surgery could be performed with the required sanitary measures. Unlike in the US Civil War, sanitation becomes, you know, a thing that people were aware of. As you say, here in Ukraine, there's much divide between army and civilians in a big war now. Yeah. X-rays were first discovered by German scientist Röntgen in 1895, and they're used by medical staff again to spread at the turn of the century. Technology proved very useful for medical staff. As early as 1914, the technology was adapted to cars in order to create mobile X-ray units. Initiated by Marie Curie and her daughter, their goal was to better treat casualties and to operate on wounded soldiers. And stretcher bearers. As the first link in the chain of care, stretcher bearers often worked in difficult conditions. They had to walk a regulation stretcher between shell holes and barbed wire before they could reach the wounded, then take them to the nearest aid post in the rear, often under enemy fire. They used tents to carry the wounded. Often these men had no medical qualifications, they came from a variety of backgrounds and could be musicians, priests, or non-combat personnel. Hooray. Alright, let's continue to be horrible and look for shinies everywhere. Okay, I guess we'll care for someone first. Ooh, that's... yep. Yup. That was rough. Okay. Well, that's where Carl used to be. That's not a shiny. No. I mean, I hear you that there's things needed, but I need to check on the shinies. Does this make me a bad person, chat? There's a shiny, see? Oh no, that was not a shiny, that was a necessary thing. Tragic. See, here I was hoping that the laudanum would be a shiny. Yeah, what? Why is there a photograph of the Great Pyramids? Alright. Ah, there's a shiny, see? Didn't think the shiny was going to escape from me. A syringe. In 1914, a typhoid epidemic raged in the unsanitary conditions of trench warfare. Fortunately for the soldiers, a typhoid vaccine was developed that saved many lives. Get your shots, people. That was like another shiny on the back there. No? Okay. Okay, also butterflies. What? This is such an eclectic thing. Alright, Matt, enjoy making dinner. But Matt, what an eclectic bunch of, things this is. I can't zoom in, but we've got the alphabet on the wall. We've got a map of the Western Front. We've got a whole ass globe. We've got a butterfly collection. And in the other room we had, a photograph of the Great Pyramids. So I assume this is a converted schoolhouse of some flavor. But there's just there's just a lot happening. We'll go whoop, 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 whoop.
Sometimes Anna could heal the soldiers' ailments and put them on the path to recovery. Other times, it was a matter of alleviating their pain and merely postponing the inevitable. On this day, a rare ray of hope pierced the gloom of the hospital grounds. Finally, with the arrival of new medical equipment, technological progress would be used to help the wounded of war instead of producing them.
Service radiologic. So,
surprised to see her dear friend again.
What?
Anna handled each of the wounded soldiers with care. She couldn't wait to speak with Freddy and catch up on old times.
Walt! The best boy. No, don't. Fine. I just want to pet Walt. Ooh. Well, that's. Yep. Well, we're about to start glowing, chat. Are you ready for us to turn into light up like a firework all the time due to the amount of radiation we're exposed to? I believe in us. Up. And another one. A fluorescent screen. The screen allowed a radiologist to view X-ray images. In some cases, screens were mounted to the helmets of medics, allowing them to use their hands at the same time. An estimated 1 million X-rays were performed during World War I. Anything? No? Alright. Let's go in here. I don't have alcohol for you. Guess we're gonna be looking for oh. What? No. Hang on. Walt, get over here. No! Walt. I'm not, no! Chat, they've committed an unforgivable sin. They committed the most unforgivable of sins. We can't pet the puppy. Extremely aggressive pets. Like, they had to have known that was like 3/4 of the appeal of their game, right? It's just, it's not a Valiant Hearts game if you can't pet Walt. It's just not right. What does the medic dog do? Be a good boy. And, play fetch. Okay, there we go. Oh. Oh, what a good puppy. Who was a good... Was this a thing, or just a random cute animal? Little column A, lot of column B. So... combat dog, or medic dogs, were used. Walt is actually German, hence why he's Walt. He's a Doberman, because that is one of the commonly used, dog breeds for medical work in, World War I, but they were also used in a variety of other roles, including, as mine detectors, couriers, etc. So, like, it is very much, grounded in something real, and also, even if it wasn't, who cares? Walt is just such a good boy. Nay. Pick up the thing. A transfusion kit. Cutting-edge research in blood transfusion produced a formula of sodium citrate and dextrose that prevented blood clotting. This extended the shelf life of blood donations allowed for transfusions on the front lines. And then, refrigeration. And a stretcher. A foldable French Army stretcher from the First World War, measured 7.4 feet and weighed about 22 pounds. Each regiment had about 300 stretchers and 600 stretcher bearers to evacuate wounded soldiers. This is doing the same thing. This is doing the same thing Valiant Heart does, where the objects, right, despite being drawn in the style that they are in-game, do appear, at least to some extent... Well, that's a rat. Well, do you think you can be a terrier for a moment? I know you're a pinscher, but... Do you think you could be an anti-rat dog for a sec? Because I fully don't need... Well, you're supposed to actually take care of the rat. Not ask them for pats. Walt can do no wrong. True. That is a absolute fact. A white armband, worn by medics on both sides of the conflict. The white color symbolized neutrality, reminder that to not shoot them. Look, your roommate made it. Don't remind me. Oh, damn it, I have to pick one. Then I need the alcohol first. Curse my love of shiny is taking me to places that I need to go later. Now, down. Mobile controls. Mobile controls, please. It's not this room. Rats can be petable too. Pet rats can be petable. Don't pet feral rats. Okay? Don't go around wandering through the streets of New York or Boston trying to pet the rats. That sounds like a good way to end up in a lot of trouble. If you have a pet rat who is petable, then yes, you should absolutely pet the rats, because rats are cute. but that's because those are domestic ones that are being cared for and have, like, been inoculated against diseases. Well, feral dogs aren't that petable either. True, do not adopt coyotes. Internet. I know that they look petable. Do not adopt the coyotes. Like, every few months, we hear that story. Someone post on Facebook, like, oh, I saw this feral dog, and I felt bad for it, so I adopted it. And then it's just a whole-ass coyote. Bears, don't pet bears. I know they've got the ears that say that they are friends, but buy a teddy bear. If you need to pet a bear, buy a teddy bear, and then pet the teddy bear. Don't pet a thing that weighs 1.5 tons and is angry enough to hurt you. Right? Same thing with buffalo, right? American bison. Not friends. I'm sorry. You may think that they're friends because they're small and fluffy, and then you realize they're not small and they're not fluffy. Don't know what the animal is, but you saw a very cute cat thing native to the US? Native to the US.
Reunited. Anna and Freddie both took solace in the bonds of
Like a
friendship.
ocelot?
Hearing the bombs fall,
Bobcats?
Anna
It might be a
knew they had
bobcat.
struck the heart of a populated civilian area.
Oops. Lynxes aren't that eager to be pet either. Go, go, go.
Always quick to act.
Yeah, look at Paul.
To help the
Do not approach the bison unless you want your genes in its horns. Even that, you just don't approach the bison. If the bison approaches you, tragic. Oh, here I was hoping we get another on a go-kart minigame. That's an SOS. I suppose we should take care of them. Oh. There's just a lot happening here, huh? There's just a lot happening here, huh? Yeah, that looks unpleasant. That looks all around unpleasant for everyone involved. Wild animals like when their private space is respected. Exactly. Nailed it. Oh hey, more historical facts. Motorcycles. At the start of the conflict, civilian motorcycles with limited horsepower were requested by the army. Not adapted to war conditions, they were rapidly replaced by more powerful models produced by manufacturers. These served as machine gun motorcycles, ambulances, and more. Norden, Triumph, and Royal Enfield produced sidecars for serial or fat tire motorbikes, and Harley-Davidson and Indian bikes did so as well. Canary Girls. With the women away at war, or with men away at war, women fill positions in the factories, including weapon manufactories. Shells contained a mixture of TNT and cordite, and weapon factory work involved mixing it by hand to fill the shells and buckets. Contact with the mixture would stain the skin yellow, resulting in a name for the women working in these factories. Canaries. The work paid half of what men earned, and they worked grueling hours in terrible conditions. Oh hey. Oh, this one just keeps on going. Women's employment rates increased drastically during the war as millions of men were taken from their jobs to fight. Companies had no choice but to rely on female employees. Women who ran the farms, mostly alone, were also called to work in weapon factories or services as metro or tramway drivers. Sometimes they were also called closer to the front to become nurses. Because women were paid less, there was a fear among men that employers would continue to employ them even after the war's end. Meanwhile, even before the end of the war, women started to fight to obtain equal pay and went on strike. A special committee dedicated to equal pay for equal work was set up in the UK, but concluded due to lesser strength and special health problems. Women's output would not equal that of men, despite evidence that women had performed admirably. Unions received guarantees that women who fully replaced skilled men would be paid the same for the duration of the war. Oh, just sexism. There's also the very typical thing that we see here of the emphasis not on farm labor, right? Specifically, right, farm labor gets mentioned as female labor insofar as it is a thing that people get summoned to stop doing, right? Women who ran farms, mostly alone, were called to work in weapon factories, right? So rather than relying on, provisions and the production of foodstuffs, labor history thinks about industrialized labor, instead of agricultural labor as being the thing that defines female labor in World War One. Come on, Val. Oh, there's just a lot happening here, huh? I need a thing to use for that, well, heck. Barb? What are you barking at? Don't have a way to get that up. So we'll have to go out to try and head over to try and head back in? Let's poke around on the other side here, see if there's anything we can do. And grab a shiny. The continued efforts of being a horrible person. Shinies. A wooden cope. Due to the rest of the explosions, others made of metal were banned in ammo factories. And Christmas packages. Soldiers often received packages from their families back home, but the volume of packages increased dramatically during the holidays. National governments and charities sent troops packages of food for Christmas, and some German soldiers even received tiny Christmas trees. I want a tiny Christmas tree. I want more weird stuff. Right, a random package is fine, but I want a tiny Christmas tree as an object in this game. Right, that's just an objectively superior object. Alright, where can Walt get anything? No. There's really nothing here, huh? Alright, well, let's keep poking around. Yes, bark. There must be something in this area that Walt can, dig up? Or something? No, those are my historical factoids. Yep, over there. Oh, just get me a brick. Yeah, that works. No, pet the puppy. Get the puppy up here. Actually, I'll go grab one of those first. Just in case if I need it. Aw, she says thank you, Walt. Adorable. Nope. Aw, what a good puppy. Technical term, by the way. Oh, that's a key, not a shiny. Well, darn necessary things. Here, I'll trade you. No, he's such a good boy. You know what you're doing. You can get... How dare the game make you... I know, right? Let's stop to grab a postcard anyway. Someone needs help? No, postcards. Letter from the front. An estimated 10 billion with a B letters and postcards were mailed during the war. They were often brief, but allowed soldiers and their families to stay in touch and share news. Soldiers didn't pay for postage, but their letters went through a strict censorship process to protect sensitive information and through a general monitoring to observe soldiers' morale. Yep. I'm not even sure what I'm bandaging, but that's fine. Alright. Go on your way. Oh! Oh, this is a whole puzzle, okay. Understood, so assume this one goes down. Yep. Well, I need that brick. Thank you. Now, Vault, go stand there. Actually, while I'm here... You know what their super is? No, it's a locked door. Ah, I was like, there's a 100% chance of there being a shiny back there. And then there wasn't. It was just mandatory progression. Frankly, tragic. Oh. I'm bad. Now Vault, go stand there. Now I'll go over here. And now Vault, go grab this. And now Vault, go back over here. And now Vault, go this way. And then we go back over here. And then Vault goes down. It's so cute. Oh, he's such a good... He's such a good boy. The fact that we can't pet Vault at will is truly distressing, but we'll make do. An advertisement for chocolate. We like that. God, they do the visuals of this so nicely. Yeah, head this way. There's a shiny. I'm sure there's a shiny behind. Oh. Oh, there's a shiny up top. Well, that was unexpected. Nope. Come on. Yes, yes, I hear you. Unfortunately for you, the game continues to encourage behaving like a terrible person. That is... I am sad to see that they haven't evolved their approach to shinies at all. Right, it is... Oh, the exact... Well, game crashed. Hopefully that autosaved with the shiny pickup. Because that's generally a less convenient spot. The game also seems to have a few stability issues. I think mostly when my phone overheats. Oh well. Let's see where we're at. Let's see how much time we actually lost. Hopefully not too much. Start a chapter. Dang. Unfortunate. That's alright, we should be able to zoom pretty good. Let's just speed back through this. In the meantime, I want to start sort of wrapping up thoughts, right? Thinking about World War I games at large, because we have played a good number of them. Right? And I played, right, even though I wasn't able to show all of them, well, that was nearly very dangerous. So we're going to run over here for the sake of activating that. Activate the cutscene. Yes, yes, yes. And we've got all this. Got stuff. And then we'll grab this. And we will throw it up here. And we'll do that. And then we'll move on. Right, with all of these World War I games, right, we've been noticing quite a few things in common. And then, obviously, a fair amount of room for, like, variation as well. So in terms of the things in common, far and away the most interesting to me is the way in which World War I needs to be educational. Right, that is just objectively notable. Not weird, right? We just talked about that with Chris a little bit, of that there's a huge question, at least in British narratives, which become the dominant ones, of, well, the war needing to be portrayed respectfully. Because something about the war, because it is pointless, I think, right? I think it's safe to say, because the dominant narrative is of the war as something pointless, there becomes this overwhelming need to be teaching people about it, because the only way you can tell stories about it is, or the only reason, perhaps, that is culturally acceptable for people to be telling stories about the war is to help make sure that it doesn't happen again. And even though that's, like, obviously wildly simplistic, and there are a lot of market reasons why people want that to happen, or want to tell stories about the war, and, you know, make a profit off of that memory, and off of that proven audience, not profitability per se, but proven audience interest, right? That always has to be framed within the logic of, within the logic of teaching people. And so every single game we've had has some flavor of Codex. I think that's... I don't know if that's true in older games about World War I. I'd be real curious. Or if that's something that Valiant Hearts has kind of forced the issue on. Right? If Valiant Hearts kind of led the charge, and its success is that influential for everyone else's understanding of the war, well, you know, that means pretty indisputably you have to, if you're following its lead, then you have to find a way to make it educational, even if that is not a development priority, and even if that is not, you know, for lack of a better term, realistic within the development aims of your particular game. Cough, Battlefield 1, cough. Right? Battlefield 1 rather unambiguously makes it clear that that is not its goal. And that is not only not a particular goal for gotcha, so that's just where that goes. Okay. That's not a particular goal for Battlefield 1 individually, but it's also not a goal for honestly quite a lot of... Oh good, you made it up though. Quite a lot of market games, right, where the point seems to be, first and foremost, to have entertaining gameplay and to have some of the aesthetics of the war be highly present. It's only in some of these games that we actually get to see... Now, how does this work? Oh, I can just drop. Okay. That works. Run, 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 run. Run, 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 run. Nope. Nope. Anna, we just did that. Anna, no! Mobile controls, please! But we've also seen a lot of cultural similarities. Right? The idea that... Well, that whole thing is just gonna go. Okay, bye. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Seeing a Zeppelin creep toward the bomb factory, Freddy feared the worst for Anna.
Uh-oh.
He hopped on his motorbike and raced to join her.
Uh-oh.
Freddy arrived just in time to see Anna emerging from the debris. She had once again put her life on the line to save others.
Alright, Anna. Vault got you out of there, okay.
December 27th, 1917. The Pocahontas arrived in Brest, France, to a celebratory welcome. Unknown to the old 15th, the decision had already been made to use them only for combat service support.
Hang on.
They were not to see
This is...
battle.
James, I know you're upset about this, but...
Desperate for soldiers to fight, the French pushed hard for the newly arrived 15th to join them on the battlefield.
Okay. It's interesting because World War I is close enough to invoke very strong emotional response, and far enough away that it needs to have a major educational front.
They were
Right,
eventually
it's-
successful. The old 15th
It's not
would fight
just
under the French banner
that it's far away, though.
and
That
be
is absolutely
renamed
part of it.
The 369th Infantry Regiment.
Oh, hey. It's 369th. Yep. Okay. So we have... Guess what? It's like there's a very small number of acceptable contexts.
Soldiers should be, then paired up with a French counterpart. They would now all fight together.
Right? So we get... Oh, I need... Okay. Fine. Right, there are time periods much farther away that we know much less about in both popular culture and, historical... and in just raw historical information, that there isn't a need to, have major educational fronts. So distance alone isn't it. But I think it's right in that sweet spot. So... Right, scholars of memory, and of cultural memory specifically, typically say around 70 to 75 years is around the point at which events pass from someone's lived memory into only being known through repositories of communal memory. Right, World War II obviously is undergoing that right now, to somewhat catastrophic consequences. But World War I went through that already, and then hit the centenary, right? Hit this big, really the first big celebration after all World War I veterans, and really, let's be honest, everyone who lived through World War I in any way, shape, or form has passed away. Right? The centenary is the first big commemoration where there is no one who experienced it themselves able to tell their stories. It's also, the first one after really modern tools of collective memory exist, right? We're on the cusp of that in the US Civil War, right? We're on the very cusp of that in the Civil War, with photographs existing, with newspapers existing. The technological front of memory is almost there. World War I, though, we've got a crap ton of cultural production. We've got so many songs, and importantly, those songs could all be recorded on vinyl, right? Those songs can all be recorded and preserved. And the memoirs, and the archival records, and the diaries, right? That conception of the modern archive emerges immediately post-World War I and pulls things, right? Pulls so many of these familial materials into official repositories of memory. And all these government documents that really dictate the war can be stored in archival context. And so the technologies of memory, of modern memory, are first put to the test in World War I and immediately following. And now the centenary is the first one where those records are fully accessible and are all that's left. There is no new records of World War I coming out, right? There are no new oral histories. There is only what was already recorded. And that's a big deal. And then probably the only oldest person in the Discord, it's sometimes jarring what's in lived memory and what's purely history. Yeah, I can absolutely imagine. Because, I was... while my parents, obviously, can talk about what it's like growing up in the Cold War, I have no idea of what that's like. And it causes some tension sometimes. I'll be honest. But yeah, right, it's in that sweet spot. It's in that sweet spot where people still care so much because there's so much cultural movement from the war that can be preserved. And yet it's far enough away that suddenly, right, we are left with the responsibility of caring for a memory that can no longer be added to. We'll put scarecrows around that, in that the literal material evidence, right, there are the lived experiences of individuals' memories is gone. Obviously, there are new records being uncovered, and new interpretations of those records, and those create new signs that may or may not get incorporated into a culture's memory. But in terms of the raw evidence, there's nothing left to be added, no more subjective experiences to add to the pile. It's just locating specific ones within the pile. And that is just such a tense spot for countries, especially in Western Europe, right, as the Great War, as the war that affects everything, that it's totally understandable that there's this tension and this need that, hey, there is an obligation to treat that with respect. And if you're going to do something as disrespectful as play through it, right, something as fundamentally to arbiters of memory, something as fundamentally disrespectful as playing with it, versus, I don't know, just portraying the material culture and museum labels and some of that stuff. At the moment when you're doing play, you'll have to contextualize the play within education. That's the only way to make that... I specified... Oh, I didn't specify Western Europe. My brain specified Western Europe. My voice did not specify Western Europe. My apologies, Parisian. You are absolutely correct. I love the snowman with a pickle. a pickle helmet. But yeah, right, the Codex appears to be a way to make it acceptable to arbiters of memory. Right, by bringing in text labels from a museum, and, right, so a context and a mode of storytelling that is already deemed acceptable because there are museums about it. And they focus on technological aspects of the war, with relatively superficial social aspects of the war, and the focus on these nationalized narratives, and the idea of, oh yeah, this is the German stuff, this is the French stuff, this is the English stuff, etc. This is the American stuff. And the focus on the stuff, and on the text labels for the stuff, doing the heavy lifting of teaching, it, like, pulls the play and the reenactment into an acceptable format. And that's limiting, but also super neat. Located in French Brittany, Brest was a military harbour able to accommodate heavy tonnage, became the main entry point for US troops to France in November 1917. Between 1917 and 1919, around 30 camps were established in town, allowing the transit of more than 800,000 men, greater than the current population of DC. See in the picture, American troops marching in the city. That is literally a museum label, right? A museum label of a place. An encyclopedia entry turned museum label of a place, right? Of a person, of an object, of a group of people, right? Of women and labor. Something that there are literally books written, more than one of them, about, and not skinny books either. Big, chunky academic books, because there is that much to say. And yet, the popular output has to be condensed down to about 200 words. And that's it. It's such an interesting space. This is the most museum stuff, the most museum-like interaction I have ever seen of any historical time period in games. Right? Far and away, World War I has been the most museumy of all the games. And that is with, when I think about Assassin's Creed Discovery Tour. Right? That's with work by historical game franchises to increasingly push into museum spaces, to create AR experiences, to create museum experiences shaped by the game. World War I puts all of them to shame. And that's my big takeaway. Like, that is far and away my big takeaway, is that there is something about World War I and its timing within modern cultural memory that forces every game to look at it like a museum. As I say, every game in the last decade, to in some way think of it like a museum. And I'll be really curious to see if that actually holds true with this upcoming slate of games. Right. I'm bad at horror. I can't do horror. So, right, if someone with stronger guts than I do have wants to take a look at Amnesia the Bunker and see if they have a codex, that would be ridiculously cool. But that may have to be a project for someone else to do. Anyway, the British sent over 67 million pounds of meat to the Western Front every month. They alternate between fresh, frozen, and tinned food, also established mobile use to prepare and bring hot food as close as possible to the front line. The image shows French soldiers loading loaves of bread prepared in Sancy, near Paris, onto a train heading to the front. Look, I make no pretense of not being a coward. I have no shame. The 50th New York National Guard Regiment was formed in 1916, made up exclusively of non-white soldiers, mostly African Americans but also Cubans and Puerto Ricans, and led mainly by white commissioned officers. This is repeating information. Upon its arrival in Europe, it was renamed the 369th Infantry Regiment, the Harlem Hellfighters. Initially assigned to the US Army's Services Supply, it was rapidly integrated into the French Army as a fighting unit. They shared their culture with the French, and introduced them to jazz but also to new sports such as baseball and basketball. The fact that the Harlem Hellfighters are like the US non-white infantry battalion that pop culture has been like, yes, them. They are them. Battlefield 1 starts off with them. This game now is talking about them. And I bet if we had gotten to the US entering the war in Great War Western Front, they'd have an entry about them. You two don't like to be scared while consuming media, you have real life for that. Yeah. Oh. We continue to pray that that will end soon, and real life stops being that dangerous and terrifying, because you and your country deserve so much better than that. An Adrian helmet. In the early days of the Great War, 77% of all wounds were in the head, and 80% of those were fatal. By 1915, French soldiers would choose steel helmets to replace their cloth caps. The helmet was named after the engineer who designed it, Adrian. I got a quick dance party for the jazz interlude. I hope we get another jazz interlude here. Because these jazz interludes, are my favorite new addition to the game. Why am I sneaking? Oh. Okay, but what if I did? Ta-da! Okay, I've gotten ahead of where we need to. Actually, no, I didn't. So? Are we going to be a silly little guy? Is that the plan? Nailed it. Why do we have to be a silly little guy? Sorry, friend. We're just a prankster. Ah, the little clarinet riff. So we need a lid and a potato. Well, let's go in here and see if we can locate the potato. Well, hi. Aww. Fantastic. Give that to somebody. Okay. There's a shiny there, though. What if I got the shiny first? No? Okay. I assume this is going to be a... Oh, just fully not allowed to. Alright. Let's go this way. A Wolfie! 18 months of tier 1. My god. It has been 1.5 years. This is so jaunty. It's so jaunty. Like, it's arguably a bit... Right, it continues the juxtaposition. This is another case that we're seeing a lot of similarities between different World War I games with. Right, the idea that there is a specific juxtaposition, right, between early jazz and early big band, and all that stuff, that is like a meaningful point of... Ooh, English spoken here badge. English-speaking French soldiers often wore this badge to show they could communicate between French speakers and the old 15th. But right, this interaction between, right, jazz, popular music, classical music, and then the horrors of the war, as like an ironic juxtaposition. Well, this is a... Right, the most generous read of it is, of course, that this is a period that speaks... Huh. I'm not actually sure where that's supposed to go. Guess we go this way? Must be this way. Yeah. Yeah, there it is. But right, where am I going? The generous read says that this is a spot that engages with the idea that this is a thing of intense cultural vibrancy, as much as it is a horrific war. And we, right, highlighting that space, right, the ways in which people distracted themselves from the conflict with music, as a way of doing a little bit of cultural history in there. I think, more honestly, and Battlefield 1 kind of gives the game away here, is the idea is that it's pretty straightforwardly just like oldness. Right, that there is just this idea of old music and, old music, to us, but as the first modern music in the first modern war, and it is bright and cheery and full of these really fun major riffs, and also everyone's getting blown to smithereens. Right? That to me feels like it is first and foremost an ironic, something based in irony and a little bit of cynicism, more than it is based in something super duper.
Freddy?
No.
You know Freddy?
Aw. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Freddy!
For James and Freddie, the long-awaited reunion was a powerful reminder that neither time nor distance
Aw.
can erode the extraordinary bond of brotherhood.
Aw.
The general mood among the 369th Infantry was one of camaraderie and shared purpose. Anna, joining them for a last meal before heading back to Vimy, was finding it particularly hard to say goodbye to Freddie.
Aw. She's wearing his hat! Wait, that's so adorable! Wait, that's so cute! Thank you. We gonna have a concert one more time before everything goes bad? Please? Come on, one more concert. I believe. No? Those are mine. Those are mine. Don't. Yup.
But their renewed optimism was soon dashed. By nightfall, everyone in the 369th would be
You think the skull would have given it away?
of the perils this war had in store for them. Arriving in Vimy, Anna was now ready to begin her new assignment,
Yep.
training British medics.
Ooh.
Meanwhile, George was developing photos taken during his reconnaissance missions.
Oh, we're just gonna have an
But
interlude
tonight,
to...
the quiet peace of the dark room was broken by a barking Walt.
Yeah. Look at them. I was hoping are we going to just get like a photographic interlude? Because I'll take that. Walt. This guy's suspicious, huh? Walt, are you a good boy? Oh, Walt's such a good boy. Let's go. Sadly, no photo. No photo reconnaissance. No one sees anything. No one sees a thing. See, an interlude for the technology of photography and photo development would honestly be, extremely fun, and I would be very here for it, because it is a very cool period. Like, sneaky. Come on. Are we sneaky enough to get just in here? Thank you. Yes, yes, yes. We're sneaky. See? Sneaky sneak. Sneaky sneak. Just walk in there, don't pay attention. Thank you. Okay. Let's go. Anyway, photographic material. Alright. This is a period of good... Alright. Good photography tools. Right. We have Kodaks. Right, and so there's a lot... Oh, boy. Game? Game, you feeling okay? Game not feeling okay. Please hold. This is not a surprise, is it? I'll have to pull up a few resources, I think. But right, cameras have basically over the last... They were... Starting in the 1840s, we start getting photography. But by the 1910s, they've become pretty portable. And pretty mass market. And generally, pretty easy to access. Which turns out is a kind of winning combination when you need to take photos from... Cool. When you need to take photos in huge quantities. And so, right, as I mentioned, right, with this war being the war, like, the super mnemonic war, right, the war of the modern archive, or the first war of the modern archive, there's a reason why every game uses photographs, right? Every single game we've seen uses photographs as not only a tool, but really the tool of education, right? You have either physical objects or you have photographs, and you supplement those with text interpretations because this is a museum. But right, in terms of the evidence we have at hand, photographs are basically the primary one. and they exist in huge quantities, with huge materials, and because they are both cheap and accessible, right, there's photographs taken of all kinds of things, both very serious things and very not serious things. Right, serious meaning reconnaissance, not serious meaning just, like, photos of people existing in the trenches doing stuff. Some of those are officially sanctioned as propaganda, right, as being taken by press and by officially by governmental sources, and some of those are just taken by people, right, people who have access, either their families are wealthy enough and stable enough to send them materials, or they were able to independently supply them in order to just, create a record of their experiences. And those two together, right, end up being extremely powerful. And so, right, the importance of, like, developing photos is very real, and being able to do that on site is very important. So, I'm glad we got that little acknowledgement, but I would love way more. No, there's no facts about it. And there's not... That's a gas mask, not a camera. So now we're getting right back into the technological side of it. Like, when we think about this as a museum, well, the traditional narrative, right? If you were here yesterday, you heard us talking to Stefan about the National Military History Museum in Santiago, in Chile. Their narrative, like the Imperial War Museum up until fairly recently, focused on technology. And what technology do we have? Grenades. The potato masher, the Stielhandgranate M17. Good. Vault has received pets. All is right with the world. Now, how did this guy get this far ahead of us and then pull the ladder up behind us? I gotta know. Also, is this a shiny? That is a shiny. And we get military hardware, right? So we get weaponry. And we get armor. The Stahlhelm replaced the outdated Pichhaube spiked helmet design in March of 1916, offering significantly better protection against bullets and shrapnel. Oh hey, that's a fun thing. Jack, you remember in the previous level? What was the snowman wearing in 1918? Or I guess this is supposed to be Christmas of 1917, I suppose. What was the snowman wearing? This is a pop quiz. I didn't know we were doing pop quizzes, but we are doing pop quizzes. Raptorus gets it in one. A Pickelhaube. Gee, I wonder if this guy's suspicious at all. No, couldn't be. So, right, a fun bit of the iconographic difficulties of the war. Because right, every piece of media and remembrance needs to condense a period of multiple years of significant technological and aesthetic evolution into a single moment. you end up with, well, aesthetics taken from all over the place, but only vaguely. I guess not acknowledged, but only vaguely correspond to any specific time period. We saw that in Verdun, where they had realized if we are limiting ourselves by geography, we can't actually limit ourselves by year, and so while we give options to specify specific years, and we'll change the map slightly accordingly, and change who's available slightly accordingly. Realistically, right, our maps represent a range of different time periods, and so you might have a place that looks very much like the early war, or you might have a place with the incredibly deep battle trenches of the end of the war, or Verdun might be somewhere in the middle, focusing on the 1916 offenses, and so you end up having to negotiate, right, and creating space for multiple aesthetics that are quite distinct from each other to exist simultaneously, despite that not quite being how history works. And that's a feature, that's not a bug, right? A German army gas mask constructed of leather rather than the rubber used in the Gumi mask, which is also sometimes used. It's the Lederschutz mask. The screw that fit the gas filter was the same as that used in German streetlights. That's funny. Right? I think undoubtedly that is a feature, not a bug. And we should not, we shouldn't criticize too much a game or a museum or anything else for doing that, because, yeah, that is a feature of how these stories and how these games end up remembering the war. Oh. I don't trust this guy. Luckily, Vault is a very good boy, and everyone recognizes, good, bad, or indifferent, everyone recognizes that Vault is a good boy. And therefore we are fine. Well, don't mind us. We are sneaky, 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 sneak. Okay. We are continuing to be sneaky, sneaky, sneaks. Sneak faster, be good. God, the number of... Another trend, right? How much media here is focused on, like, sneaking through the trenches. The idea that not only is that something you can do successfully, but that's something that you should do successfully. Right? The trench effectively has a horror aesthetic, right? Wow. This man fully did not care. Fully not spooked by the... Nailed it. You saw nothing. They saw nothing. Okay, now turn around. Thank you. Okay, not sure where we're supposed to go, but we'll figure that out somewhen else. Zoom. Good lord. Yeah, it's an almost intense reliance on a presumed ability. We saw this in Battlefield 1. If you don't know, right, if you're like, hey, I don't remember that, Battlefield 1 in its Ace Fighter Pilot, specifically Fighter Pilot, in our Clyde Blackburn war story, which focuses on, a American combat ace pretending to be British, generally being an asshole, etc. It is... he gets down behind enemy lines, and then sneaks through the German trenches across No Man's Land and back into the British lines. And that is just... like... Oh, turn. Turn faster, please. Swipe up. Ooh, that was extremely suspect, but that's fine. We did it. We survived. Everything's fine. Everything's cool. Everything's not cool. So yeah, that seems to be a narrative trope that people think works. I'm not entirely sure what to make of that, but that does seem to just be a trend that works. Don't wake up. Okay? You are a sneaky, sneaky guy. Trench warfare as horror is another matter because of pop culture awareness of, like, the trenches. Exactly, right? So stealth and horror obviously have a very, very strong affinity. Like, I think that's fairly uncontroversial of a take. The idea that a stealth game and a horror game are fundamentally very similar games should not surprise any... Why is Manfred von Richthoven's triplane just there? Oh, don't move. Throw. To right there. Beautiful. That is not just any triplane. That is clearly Manfred von Richthoven's. Because, the bright red. Shh. Don't mind me. Yep. Don't mind me. Oh. Well, that went badly. Let's try that again, this time with feeling. Huh. We gotta wait for that crossover. Luckily, no one's looking in here. Yep. No one's ever gonna look in here. This is flawless. We're so good at this. Go, go, go. We wait for the next cross. And then we go again. God, I love how... And we wait for the cross. And then we will immediately go. Go, 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 go. Sneak. Okay, out of sight, out of mind. Let's go. Hey, there's the other shiny. I knew there was one somewhere. Right? Oh, a bottle of schnapps. A bottle of schnapps. The German soldiers tried to create a little sense of home at the front by bringing alcohol or products from home. Unlike French soldiers, they often stayed in the same location for the... That's just not straightforwardly true. That's... Like, the major operational advantage the Entente assigns to the Central Powers is that they are more easily able to shuffle people around. And so there's loads of stories of people getting wounded on the eastern... in Prussia. On eastern Prussia, I should say. And on the Western Front. We heard one such story yesterday from Stefan, but like... All Quiet on the Western Front has scenes that take place on the Eastern Front. So it's not like popular memory is saying Western Front, Western Front, Western Front, Western Front. That is definitely sometimes true, right? It's definitely sometimes true, that someone in the main army would stay in one location, or in a very narrow strip for the entire war. But if you're a German reservisman, you would end up all over the dang place. Again, the Eastern Front remains hypermobile, so if you're a reservisman who gets assigned into the Eastern Front, you end up in the Carpathians, in East Prussia, in Latvia, and shuffled around as the fronts change. Peculiar. Anyway, brought. Kriegsbrot, a hearty wartime bread that supplemented rye with potatoes, was eventually replaced by even more potato-heavy, Käsebrot, Kartoffelbrot, as grain supplies dwindled. Due to the blockade, there was a severe shortage of ingredients required to make standard bread. This is true. By this time period, civilian rations were down to 800 calories. I'm gonna see if I can go this way. I can go this way. I want to go this way. Thank you. So yeah, we are operating in extremely low space areas. Oh, we're just running through the open. Yep. Nothing to see here. Don't mind me. Zoom, zoom, zoom. We are completely unobtrusive. Oh. Oh, we are stealing Manfred von Richthofen's plane. We are... That's hilarious. Oh, that's so funny. Well, we're not going to beat that.
As George headed back toward Allied lines,
You're going to get shot down.
snapped a photo of the massive movement of enemy troops and weapons.
Yep, the 1918 offensives. There is a massive German invasion of winter into spring 1918 that culminates in about the Second Battle of the Marne. So we're... Yep. Yep. Dude. Ow. That was, I suppose, predictable that we'd end up with Beethoven at some point. But come on.
But he wasn't out of danger just yet. Seeing his German plane, Allied forces
Yeah.
started opening fire.
the music feels a little bit less inspired. I'll be honest. Like, it's... Like, the first game had absolutely inspired choices for what music it's doing. This is fun, but I feel like it misses a little bit of the pizzazz. That's okay, though. As I said, this is still fun. And they're still very bad at their jobs. Like, what a strange pilot sim. A bunch of allied enemy aircraft that all suck at bullets. Why is Plane here? To steal, of course. Yeah. Yeah.
Upon landing, George was placed under arrest on suspicion of espionage.
Okay.
Fortunately, he was able to back up his story with proof.
Appreciate the focus on Walt there, because Walt is perfect. But...
Spring 1918. With the Brest-Litovsk peace treaty signed, German fighting on the Eastern Front came to an end, freeing up troops for advancement to the Western Front. A series of offensives were launched, pushing the Allied lines to the breaking point. The last of these offensives was launched near Saint-Menehould.
Yup. And we will pick up with that. Eastern Front gets mentioned! Yay! Yup.
For James and the 369th, the long-awaited opportunity to prove themselves had finally come.
That's going to be something we pick up with after our next ad break. Cause, you know the drill. We need to take ad breaks because I need to stand up and stretch and all that jazz, and we've been going for a while. So, as always, right, if you've been enjoying this, don't go anywhere, because we'll be back in just 3 minutes. But if you want to help support the channel and get access to, bonus viewing, and all of our lovely emotes, then do consider hitting that subscribe button to further help make things like this possible. I think after this, we're gonna be pushing into the last section, because I assume this is pretty much the end of Chapter 2, and Chapter 3 is a little bit shorter. So, we'll be finishing up after the break with the rest of Valiant Hearts Coming Home, and wrapping up our series on World War I in games. Alright, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a couple moments. Phew. Alright. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you enjoyed that brief ad break. I got more ice in my water because, well, it's not too hot here. The air is made out of soup right now, so my apartment do be a bit humid. So ice water is going to keep me functional for the rest of the stream here. So, if you're just tuning in, we have been playing the sequel to Valiant Hearts that came out earlier this year. Earlier we had an interview with Chris Kempshall, who is a professional historian of the First World War, solidly unlike me, and got to talk a little bit about, you know, what's going on, what's happening with all of these games, and you know, some current directions in First World War and computer game studies. There's a lot of fun stuff happening. We got to dig into a bunch of games, right? We've been playing World War I games for the past 3 weeks on this channel, so we've been getting to take a glimpse into the last decade or so of developments, see a lot of what's going on. So as we are finishing up World War I here, we've been talking a lot about museums and how the museum mode of exploration and education is influencing these games, but we're also trying to account for specific science, specific iconography, narrative tropes, all that stuff that are part of the dominant aesthetics. Right, it's been a big project, been a lot of fun, but that means we should probably hop back into it with continuing our discussion of World War I in computer games with more Valiant Hearts coming home. Boop. So, an interesting thing about franchisement and sequels is that the there's a few places where it has to run over the same ground as the original game does. Thus far, the game has done Valiant Hearts Coming Home has done a phenomenal job of dodging just straight retreads, because when talking about medicine, talking about radiology was like, oh, that's going to be our angle. When talking about German technological developments, it shows a different set of things, right? A different helmet, a different type of grenade, and a different whatever, to be like, yeah, this is something, right, we're not going over the exact same ground. But you can't have a World War I game set on the Western Front without having a codex entry about trenches, right? They quickly became the symbol of World War I, taking the concept to a whole new level. A network of parallel, interconnected trenches allowing people to move around, shelter themselves, and shoot at the enemy. The space that separated the two enemy territories was known as No Man's Land, and it could span tens or hundreds of yards. After the withdrawal of the Russian Empire... That's an interesting way of saying that. Withdrawal. Yeah. Yeah. You know. Complete dissolution. But then, I guess that's neither here nor there. The German Empire was able to reallocate forces from the Eastern Front to the Western Front. They launched a series of offensives. The first was called Operation Michael, against the British and French positions, using a new combination of Sturmgruppen, so Strauss troops, and targeted artillery fire. In March and July of 1918, they made progress, taking land until they were stopped at the Marne. Again. Artillery. As early as 1916, German engineers started to work on long and very long-reach artillery cannons. Depending on the inclination of the cannon, projectiles could reach the upper stratosphere, allowing them to gain more speed. The calculation of the trajectory was complex, as many factors had to be taken into account, including the curvature of the Earth. 7 of these guns, the Parsakanonen, shot at Paris between March and August of 1918. During 46 days of bombing, 367 bombs were fired and reached Paris and the suburbs, resulting in 256 deaths and 620 wounded. Despite the Allies' best efforts, they did not capture any of these guns. The image shows a much smaller Allied gun, but still impressive in size, and only movable by rail. Now that's a small gun. And no, well, bug. The expression no man's land first appeared in the British press at the end of 1914 as part of the front located between the two opposing sides. Littered with bombshells, bodies, and barbed wire, it was a highly dangerous place where patrols or stretcher bearers struggled to retrieve their wounded comrades. With archival photos of an empty field. Yeah, not having a good time there, huh? Okay, well, we're going. Oh my god. You're supposed to be the one who's put together. I saw that shiny. Don't think I didn't see that shiny. Bombshell! Howitzer shells came in many forms, weighing up to several hundred pounds. Some were loaded with shrapnel or toxic gas. We're fine. This is fine. Everything's fine. Nice work, buddy. We're doing great. No? No shinies here? That's surprising. Well, let's keep going. Nothing to worry about here, exactly. A stun panzer plate. An armor plate, an eighth of an inch thick and weighing 4 pounds, was mounted on standard issue German helmets. The stun panzer was particularly useful to spires on the front line, who were in danger of direct fire. Well, that was a bit risky. Turns out stopping moving is a bad plan. Well, let's grab a nade. No? Are we not gonna fail to pick up a grenade? Seriously. Freddy, why did you not move? Freddy, where you at? Gotcha, I'm glad you advanced the plot. No? What do you need? Grenades! Already... Yup. Fine. This is fine. We're fine. Now we can pick up grenades. Oh, the whole box of them. Let's go. Oh. That was the machine gun. That was a mobile controls moment, but... that was another mobile controls moment. Let's actually focus up, huh? Oh. That was another third mobile controls moment. We love those. Okay, that wasn't my fault. That was my fault. Hello, yes. Grenades. Thank you. Okay. Yep. More an emergency. What? Uh-huh. You want shells? Go that way. Okay, don't bait me. Yup. Thank you. And we are fine. I thought that was the right one. Oh, we're just pulling the whole thing. Come on! Look at the power of teamwork! Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Alright, we are good. Another one. One more time with feeling. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Alright, are we gonna get baited? Yeah, I figured we were gonna get baited. God, our trenches kinda suck. I'm not even gonna lie. What do you need? Bullets. Bullets are back that way. Why'd you... Fine. A stormtrooper! Grenade bag. I don't know if I was fast enough there. Right, our trenches are not particularly trenchy. Yup. Bullets. Alright, move. Don't stand directly underneath the... Okay, we're just... really? That was bait. That was 100%... That was 100% bait right there. They were fully standing there waiting for reload until I walked out. Look at them! How is this not bait? Oh. Yep.
Even though they had managed to hold the position,
Ah.
the 369th
Yeah.
paid a heavy price. Before leaving to care for the wounded, Anna made sure to give James and Freddie a
Oh.
long embrace,
Well.
hoping this would not be their last.
Aww.
After a dreadful night fighting to stay alive, James and Freddie were blinded by the camera flash. Impressed by the troops' accomplishments, the American press gave them the nickname
And there's the name drop.
Fighters.
That took a while.
Their brand of music was all the rage, earning them an invitation to perform in Paris.
But we're down all of our players. We're down multiple of our players, but I suspect that means we got another. Did that give us another musical interlude? Paris, August 8th, 1918. Musical interlude, let's go. Chat, get your best dance emotes ready. Because we do have another jazz interlude. Minus our medic. It just ain't the same. We're missing our trumpet. We got 3 trombones and no trumpets. Boo. Aww. Aww. Okay, the dance emote has turned, oh. Oh no, that is a fascinating posing on that last photograph. Artillery shells as motherhood. Right, I mentioned the ironic, right, the extremely notable,
August 8th, 1918.
right, irony and cynicism of the juxtaposition of pop culture.
Knowing the Kaiser's demand for victory was unattainable, the German officers pressed forward, fighting for more advantageous positions at sea, in the hope of gaining leverage for negotiating a truce.
Yeah, what? What? What is... Okay.
Following a series of revolts by their troops, German command ordered naval captains to tighten their grip on sailors and quash any stirrings of mutiny at sea.
The Kaiser knew... What on earth are they... Like, everyone in German high command knew that victory was unattainable by 1917. The point was to force an advantageous... The point was not to win a full victory. The point was to prove that there was enough strength left to achieve a favorable truce. And by favorable, I mean stalemate. Right? A truce that doesn't redraw the borders of Europe. I don't know how much individual soldiers in the Central Powers would have been communicated that, but to say that that Kaiser Wilhelm had this grand, overarching, horrific desire for total victory that pushed the officers to treat sailors with, or to treat enlisted servicemen and sailors that had extremely low morale incredibly harshly, is a take. That's Morse code.
Hearing about acts of insurrection, Ernst felt
No more war.
and decided he had to deactivate his submarines.
Oh, we're just doing mutiny. Oh, we're fully... Are you sure, game? Is this what we're doing? It's... Is this what we're doing? The only way we're allowed to play as the Central Powers in this World War I franchise is as sympathetic individuals who are forced into a bad situation by German aggression and are actively engaged in desertion and mutiny. Right? Right? Because Karl and now Ernst both fit that. Wireless telegraphy was another new technology at the beginning of the 1900s. It relied on Morse code to transmit messages. Communications being key during wartime, this technology quickly improved, and all vehicles eventually came up with radios. Trucks, boats, submarines, and even planes. The 100 Days Offensive. Following the various unsuccessful spring offensives, the last attempt was made by the German army to capture the Amiens railway node. The Australians and the Canadians, with all units available, managed to hold the line, putting the German army in a weak position. The immediate counteroffensive launched from August 8th to 11th allowed the Allies to capture numerous soldiers and weapons. Just give us a number. Just give us a number. Ludendorff, the commander of the German army, called this day the Dark Day of the German army. Was Ludendorff back in high command at that point? I thought he was forcibly retired during the war. Also, they don't actually introduce who Ludendorff is. They just say he exists. What a strange write-up. Right, Ludendorff is one half of the German commanders, the other being Hindenburg, who won at Tannenberg, winning them celebrity status in the German Empire, and for much of World War I, Ludendorff is the high commander of the German military. He eventually falls out of favor though, and is sent to train troops in the Ottoman Empire. Well, skills clearly show who are baddies in this game, right? Evidently. Ludendorff wrote that after August 8th, the decline of Germany's ability to fight and win the war was clear. From this day on, the army continued to retreat with heavy casualties, morale was down, and soldiers on the ground knew the war was lost. In September, even the leadership of the army warned the emperor that the war was lost, and by October 3rd, numerous soldiers and sailors refused to fight, accelerating the loss. This part is okay. Right, I think people knew the war was pretty hit or miss before then, but right, between August and November, the front moves over the Western Front moves over 100 miles, which is wildly more than any other distance, including the distance from the front to Marne, in both 1914 and 1918. And then it'll take until November 5th for the official request of a truce to start the negotiations. This, like the first game, this game largely does very good, but has some very curious write-ups. And there's places where I think an older narrative. Checked, Ludendorff was forced into retirement on October 26th. Okay, so right at the tail end of it. Sure. I feel like at that point you're a bit late on the draw, if you're going to make a switch up, but you know, they can do them, I guess. A signal lamp. This German Blinkgerät was used to communicate during the nighttime hours when flags could not be seen. Gerät? I don't know German. Aww. Well, what if not Ashton? Okay. I need a wheel. You know, this does not really make it... This is not claustrophobic enough. Appliance. That makes sense. A light appliance. A blinking appliance. Electric batteries. They allow German U-boots to navigate under electric power. These run the risk of releasing chlorine gas if they came into contact with seawater. I'm just going to throw it out there. Your battery that creates mustard gas when in contact with salt should maybe, possibly, just a bit, not be used in the machines that are entirely surrounded by the thing that will make it explode. Just... I don't know, is that a controversial take? Chat, is that too reasonable? Chat seems indifferent. Duly noted. And once again, with our big mechanical pipe issues, of the steam and the power, going around on the inside of the spot thing, that really probably doesn't want them there. Just, again, semaphore. Well, sounds reasonable to me. Semaphores were flags used specifically for communications between ships, but also between ship and land. Efficient communication relied on semaphore codes found in this book, which is, firstly, in English, and secondly, not a book. To be fair, the batteries are inside, the water's outside. If this changes, you probably have bigger issues than gas. Well, you know, I guess that's fair. If the carbon dioxide and the oxygen and the water all end up in the same place, you're already screwed. So I suppose at that point it doesn't matter. Who cares if it becomes mustard gas? Apparently we need to be sneaky, sneak. Hello. Goodbye. Weehaw. There's the wheel. This is gonna do stuff. I'm not gonna worry about it too much. There we go. And then if we take this, and we turn this, one turn this way, someone's gonna have a very bad day. Yes? Yes. Oh, now we're gonna make him stop having a bad. Whoop. Don't think I was going to miss it. These are definitely easier to find shinies than the other one. Oh, a naval mine. Approximately 235,000 of these mines were deployed during the war by German and Allied forces alike. German U-boats laid them in shipping lanes to sink merchant and naval vessels en route to the UK, while the Allies used them as attempts to sail the Straits of Dover and the Hebrides. Cleaning them up after the war required 82 ships that worked 24/7 for 5 months. Yeah. I'm noticing, by the way, they are specifying that the German mines are used to attack merchant vessels, and then not mentioning that for the Entente mines, despite them, you know, also doing that. Well,
While Ernst was happy to be alive, he again found himself in the
look at that
crossfire
pot.
of war,
Look at that nice archaeological
his
pottery.
freedom taken
Nope.
away. Now a British POW, his only consolation was being able to play his fiddle once more.
I feel like by this point in 1918, being a
September
POW
26th,
still is bad,
1918.
but
Determined to cut the German supply line, Allied forces launched the Meuse-Argonne offensive.
yeah.
James and his fellow soldiers. This undertaking was bigger than any they had faced before.
notice we don't get a French perspective on this. Right, we were just talking at the very end, right? We were talking about the introduction with Chris. We talked about like the directions of it and right the idea of moving past transnational perspectives or past nationalist perspectives to both transnational and right, to get transnational perspectives and to get both more localized perspectives within various discourses within a single nationality. And so, right, this is a place where, yeah, last game we had a French character, right, we had Emile as providing a very different experience of the war, and Carl providing a very different experience of the war than Freddy. Freddy and James provide very similar perspectives of the war, and Ernst is operating in a completely different theater. So we seem to be engaging much more with the American pop cultural touchstone of the Harlem Hellfighters as the dominant narrative of the Meuse-Argonne offensive, despite, the American forces doing dubiously at Argonne. Right? The big advantage that Pershing companies of all American soldiers had in the Meuse-Argonne offensive is that there were a lot of them and they were well fed. The French regiments in a strategic operation, which, the 369th was incorporated into French regiments, but French regiments were the ones who actually carried the day, and who made much of the progress. Those combat veterans, that expertise really mattered. And so the fact that we're not getting a French veteran perspective, that we are experiencing this through James as a relative newbie to the war, is a choice. Anyway, the joint operation between 22 US and 15 French divisions in the Meuse-Argonne area between September and November of 1918. The Allied forces advanced at a slow pace, eventually taking 25 kilometers. The Harlem Hellfighters proved themselves during this offensive by never being taken prisoner and never losing ground. They even advanced too fast compared to other units and were forced to stall their advance in enemy territory. The image shows FT-17 tanks on the way to the front during one of the offense's many battles. The Battle of Saint-Mihiel. Located south of Verdun, Saint-Mihiel was a German protrusion in the front line, as there were violent fights over 4 years from September 1914 until September 1918. A joint operation between French forces and US Rangers under General John Pershing's command allowed the Allied forces to take the city back. The image shows Saint-Mihiel viewed from the trenches. So we still get an acknowledgement of, Carl and Emile's hometown existing. Battle of Belleau Wood. The battle had great symbolic and psychological impact because it was the American Expeditionary Force's first fight in June 1918. It was also the starting point of the Allied counteroffensive. To this day, the battle is one of the founding battles that established the reputation of the US Marines. Cool. Let's go! Don't get that. Oh, I'm dead. Hashtag mobile controls. I'm switching my grip to hopefully work better. God, Freddy... Admittedly, I'm not going to complain too much that Freddy is our veteran perspective. Like, look at that man go. Look at that man knowing exactly how to navigate everything. Oh, don't mind if I do. Please give. Thank you. A sniper head. Enemy snipers were a constant threat, and this paper-mache head is a convincing lure to reveal sniper positions. Well... Go, 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 go. Watch out for bombs. Oh, turn around. Turn around again. Nailed it. Keep going, keep going. Go, 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 go. No. Maybe to actually shoot. We're going to pick up one of these because I think I'm going to need them in a bit. And then, yeah, we use that to blow up this. Damn it, I need another one. Back and forth, 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 get another brick. You know, someone other than me could carry a brick. Freddy, I know you're capable. I know you got those guns, but come on. Oh, there's a Brody helm. Thank you, Brody helm. Conceived by John Leopard Brodie. In 1915, the Brodie helmet was designed adopted by British and later American forces. Crafted from a single sheet of metal, it offered both simplicity of manufacture and greater resistance than the French Adrian. More than 7.5 million of those were produced during the war. Alright, we're going. I guess. Gotta say, one downside of the mobile design is that I fully cannot see half the screen because my hand is in the way. Oh, that's another brick, huh? Well, we're gonna wait another cycle and then we'll be on our way. No. Hold. Fling. That worked. There we go. Why didn't we push this thing first and then put the dynamite in it? I've got to ask. Whee! Well, that was exciting. Are we actually under fire here? Yes, no, maybe? Maybe. And I'm going to climb up here because there's absolutely a thing that... There's absolutely a shiny up here. Oh, I think we did miss a shiny. I think that's the first shiny we've missed in the entire game. German patrol map. It's a map. Good map. And the game crashed again, so now we get to do it again. Mobile games. They're trying. Hopefully we don't have to redo too much space. Though. If we have to, we have to. Not the end of the world. We can catch that one shiny. See, you understand. Game crashing is good, because then we get to do oh. Never mind. We unfortunately, unfortunately, had just hit a save point. So, no shiny for us. By the way, there continues to be something very interesting that the game is doing, and by interesting I mean increasingly untenable. Which is, have you noticed that none of our people are engaging in active combat? Because I sure have. Right, it made great sense in the first game because of, you know, who we were playing as. Freddy did actually engage in combat, right? With tanks, blowing people up, and then with his guns.
Freddy, barely able to get the words out, pleaded with James to lead the men and continue their push forward with the offensive. Reluctant to leave him behind, James complied.
No. I just need to focus. Oh. By focus, I mean back up. Back up. Oh, nope, I needed to zoom. And another member of the band got. That checks out. Oh, And then I got. Oh, I need to just run. Dang it, that's the spot where I've got to go forward. Okay. Duly noted. Go, 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 go. And into the cloud of darkness. I can't see anything. Hopefully there's nothing that can actually hit me, because I can't see. This isn't going well. No, it's not. We're good. Freddy's fine. This man's indestructible. We're not getting the band back together, because the band has gotten shot, but... I would like to observe that was Manfred von Richthofen. That plane is too distinctive. My beat up little biplane is going up against literally von Richthofen. He wants revenge for us stealing his plane. That's oh, mobile controls. Mobile controls. Please stop. Go away. I don't want anything to do with you. No. Stop. Stop. Oh, come on. Well. If only we were a cartoon dog. True. Ow. God, the lightning strikes are the worst. The hardest one for me to avoid. Yeah. And there's the Red Baron dead. There we go. We did it. We definitely shot down the Red Baron, and we're going to be awarded with so many medals.
Flying in such stormy weather would have been a challenge for any skilled pilot. Even so, George had decided to brave the storm and risk his own life to save his friends.
Took us a couple tries, but Snoopy wins the day again, summoning lightning from the heavens. Come on, Anna.
Stunned to see her dear Freddy suffering, Anna quickly got to work.
I believe. We're gonna solve this by the power of radiation poisoning. What?
Hold on, Freddy. You're fine. Hold on, Freddy. You're all right. You're fine. Come on, Freddy.
Hey Chad, have you noticed the structural similarities to the previous game?
Hold on, Freddy. Come on, stay with me.
Did you?
After 4 long years, Freddy's injuries had ended his fight. Always the one to protect others, he would now be the one in need of care.
He looks thrilled about
A
this.
slow road to recovery.
Look at that man show.
Despite his wounds, he remained in good spirits thanks to Anna by his side
Aw.
every step of the way.
Aww. Not even a shout out to Vault. Come on, everyone knows
With
doggos
Freddy out
are
of
the
commission,
best
James
medicine.
took over as squad leader. For the Harlem Hellfighters, the experience on the ground remained brutal, and the memory of their fallen friends ever present.
Exactly, Walt is right there. We gotta shout out the puppy. So,
At that very moment, news of the truce being signed between the German and Allied forces
On a
made its
train.
way to
Yep.
the front.
yep, the
I
armistice
was
being
sent to
signed
relay
on
the
the
good
train.
news without delay.
In an old showed-out church tower. But yeah, turns out we should probably not be super surprised by this, but it does turn out doing the same emotional beats twice in 2 games, it's somewhat less successful the second time. After the collapse of its allies, November 4th, 1918 saw the surrender of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, military losses, and revolutionary tensions. The German authorities asked for a truce. It was signed in an armored train car in Rechond in November 11th at 5:15, took place on the same day at 11 p.m. on the west, or 11 a.m. on the Western Front. The announcement of the armistice was relayed by telegraph to various units, in turn played the bugle or rang bells to warn everyone that the war was over. Pictures of a French officer in Greece ringing the bells. Freddy's already out of commission. Freddy's safe, in a hospital. But, I think we're gonna be okay. They may pull something surprising, but I think we're likely to be relatively okay. Demobilization. Ooh, actual archival record instead of just a photograph. French, British, and American soldiers were gradually released from service. The photograph shows American soldiers returning their equipment before being released. The American fighting units returned to the US, while African American soldiers from Services Supply stay behind to dig out and properly bury American fallen soldiers. French soldiers returned to civilian life upon the signing of the Treaty of Versailles on June 28, 1919. The Croix de Guerre and medals. In order to acknowledge exceptional feats by soldiers, the Croix de Guerre was established in 1915 to reward exceptional behavior. It was given to soldiers, but also civilians, non-French nationals, institutions, units, regiments, ships, and collectives, and rarely animals. Henry Johnson and Needham Roberts from the 369th were the first American recipients of this reward. Henry Johnson also just got an American military fort renamed in his honor, which is very nice. The Treaty of Versailles was signed on June 28, 1919 in the Palace of Versailles Galerie de Grace between France, its 27 allied countries, and Germany. The treaty put the full responsibility of the war upon Germany and cut 13% of its territory. Versailles redrew new European geopolitics without solving border questions or questions of nationality. It was repudiated by the American Senate, and most of the German population saw it as a diktat rather than a treaty. And a bugle. 11 a.m. on November 11th. Oh hey, remember we got that thing of, we just talked about the Greater War at the end of our conversation with Chris, the effects of World War I and the military conflicts it causes persist until 1923 at least. We get the standard, pop culture ain't ready for that talk yet. No. No, it's done. Stop. In a brownie suit. Following the soldiers' return in December 1918, the nation of France gave each veteran 3 gifts. Monetary compensation, an Adrian helmet inscribed with Soldat de Conquête, and an Abrami suit so named after the Under-Secretary of War. The suit was considered so ridiculous that many soldiers preferred the cash compensation of 52 francs. US troops were given about $60, and a train ticket home after discharge. Yep, war definitely ends in 1918 with no consequences of note besides, continued conflict everywhere else. And, continued everything. Facial prosthetics. With modern surgery being in its infancy, many soldiers who suffered from shrapnel-induced facial wounds were fitted with these prosthetics to fix missing features. Vault. Thank you, puppy. Sadly, I am bad and facing the wrong direction, so there we go. Yeah, right, the French soldiers get $70. The US soldiers get 1,200. Wait, hold on a minute. Or, right, adjusted for modernity.
And just like that, at the 11th hour,
Just like that.
the 11th day
Just-
of the 11th
just-
month, the war suddenly stopped.
No!
Bells
Fully
rang
not.
all over the country, spreading the good news. The war was finally over.
Just like that.
Seeking a new life, far from the devastation,
Aww.
Anna and Freddie set off to make a home in the
Yes.
United States.
Tell me you adopted Vault.
Pending the outcome of the Treaty of Versailles, Ernst was still being held captive in France
Stop it.
as a POW, forced to do hard labor.
And they all lived happily ever after.
Thanks to George's flying and active valor, the RAF accepted him as one of their own.
Which one is he? He's not a mole anymore. Where's James? James?
After being duly
Okay, James is fine.
rewarded the Croix de
James is
Guerre
fine.
by the French military,
We're good. We
the
Gucci.
Harlem Hellfighters were once again placed under American command.
He made it past the end of the war. And, that was an ominous music note. Wait, hold on. No, why is Walt here?
And while the Harlem Hellfighters prepared to return home, James and Lang Edwards volunteered to help the Service of Supply clean up the battlefield.
Oh, we need another reunion. Aw. Yeah, yeah.
Yes, sir.
We going. It's fine. We're fine. Post-war work. After the war was over, it was time to rebuild. The destruction was massive. Cities, villages, farms, factories, transport systems, and infrastructure had been seriously hit. An estimated 850,000 buildings had been damaged, and a rebuilding campaign was launched as early as December. I'm sure... Oh yeah, by the way, Freddie, moving to the US with Anna. You know, moving to a place where in basically every state, interracial marriage was actively illegal. Yep, they're gonna have so much luck there. Yup. They're just, they acknowledge it so much better at the beginning of the game than they do at the end of the game. Sure, nothing bad will ever happen. Yeah. American philanthropy. As soon as the conflict started, American charities such as the Fatherless Children of France, Jaded Orphans started helping victims. Rich Americans financed hospitals and cared for the wounded. Thousands of charitable organizations were created and numerous fundraisers were held in the US. Prestigious foundations such as the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace helped rebuild entire cities, such as Rennes. The image shows volunteers of the American Front for French wounded preparing surprise bags. Yeah, Ypres has a massive library that gets rebuilt, and then promptly torched again by the Nazis. But multiple major American philanthropic organizations fund the replacement of the library in Ypres that gets destroyed in the First World War. They rebuild it, redo its collections, finally get everything traded away, and World War II starts. So, unlucky. German prisoners of war held after the armistice acted as leverage against the German army to make them comply with the Treaty of Versailles. They were used as free labor for extensive rebuilding work or to clear mines. The prisoners were repatriated in early 1920 under pressure from the American government. However, the US refused the French government's request to send 400,000 civilian workers, which had been paid by the Weimar, to help with reconstruction. Unknown soldiers. The war, all told, resulted in a tremendous amount of death. Tens of thousands of bodies were unable to be buried properly or could not be retrieved by their families. In order to allow a grieving spot for all these families and provide a national place of remembrance, numerous countries strove to create monuments to unknown soldiers whose bodies were retrieved from the battlefield. In the US, the unknown soldier was buried in Arlington, in Virginia, in 1921. For the UK and countries that fought under that banner, a British soldier was buried in Westminster on November 11, 1920. Recently, however, Australia, Canada, and New Zealand brought back the remains of fallen unknown soldiers to their home soil to create their own memorials. The picture shows the military cemetery from Salmona Hall. In the background, you see the memorial for all of the fallen soldiers. Aww. Hang on, no. Missed all this seeing on again, I was speechless, because you never really know how things will turn out in this war. It's hard to believe Hannah's here with me now and is still the same amazing woman, and still stubborn. When she puts her mind to something, she doesn't give up. Reminds me of a certain someone I know. So she and James will get along fine, or not. Aww. Aww. Come on, but we need one more jazz interlude. Yep. That goes into the wheelbarrow. We get the sad memory of the fallen crew that, and of, I suppose, all sorts of fallen crews. I mean, that makes a lot of sense. This is right. Oh. Right. It makes a lot of sense because these objects, right, these relics, often broken, battered, or demolished, are in some ways some of our major. Oh. Are major memories of. That was rude, game. That was so rude. Why you do this to me? Right, but these relics are how we understand the war and how we tell.
Dear James, I'm not sure where or when this message will find you, but please know that I've made every effort to contact you.
No. What's happening?
The day had started so well. We were on our way to buy furniture for our
No. No, don't do this.
when some men told us we couldn't shop together. Freddie argued with them, and it ended badly. Freddie! Don't leave me. Hold on. You're all right. You're all right. No. No, no, no. No, 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 no. No. Hold on. Come on, Frank. No. No.
Gotcha, so that's the rug pull they were waiting for.
Hold on. You're all right. You're all right. No. No, no, no. No, no, no. No, no, no. No.
Yep.
I couldn't save him.
I mean, I was being glib about it 4 minutes ago. That was karmic.
I'm including the letter he intended to mail you.
That one,
I'm sorry to share this horrible news. Your friend, Anna.
Dear James, I hope you're doing fine. I can't wait for you to come back home, and I bet you're feeling the same way. I'm sure you're keeping everyone in good cheer with those sweet melodies you play on your clarinet. I never imagined romance would come back into my life, especially during a war. But Anna and I are both enjoying a fresh start. None of this would have been possible without you. Your optimism and infectious spirit brought me back to life. It's also been such a joy to see you mature into the man you've become today. I'm so incredibly proud of you. With all that you've accomplished, I know now there are better days for us, for people who look like you and me. I'm certain that the future you and so many others fought for will become a reality. P.S. I hear there's going to be a parade in honor of those who served during the war. You should be home by then, and I will be right by your side. See you soon, little brother. Freddie.
yep, and well, why do something like this in the end? Because that would partly because traumatizing players is very in line for the franchise, but also, right, it's that juxtaposition, I think, is very important, right? The idea that there is not really some happy, this story doesn't end happily for the Harlem Hellfighters, and it doesn't end happily for most soldiers of color who fought in this war. Right,
Despite
go back to
heroic efforts during the First World War, it would take nearly a century for the Harlem Hellfighters to finally get the recognition that they earned with their lives, their dignity, and their valiant hearts. And like so many other people dragged into this war on all sides, we should honor both the remembered and the forgotten, whose lives were indelibly altered, ruined, and far too often lost in the machinery and fate of the Great War.
yeah. I mean, the game just said it better than I did. Right, that it's not. Oh, collaborates with the. That explains so much of it. It's developed with the Memorial Museum for the 369th. That explains several things about the narrative decisions they made. But yeah, that's in some ways a much more tightly focused game. But focusing on the Harlem Hellfighters and the ways in which they were celebrated, fetishized, had massive cultural cachet, and tossed aside in the systemic and individual injustices of the society that they lived in and were trying to make better. So, that... I mean, yes, it is sometimes, like, structurally this game is not subtle. We're just gonna say not subtle, because it basically follows the same narrative, struck beats, as the original game, right? The Musagon offensive being the Nivelle offensive. Those two things paralleling. The medical sequence at the end of Anna trying to save one of our playable characters' lives. The death of a main character in the last possible moment, being kind of the concluding thought of the game. The idea that, right, these stories, these memoirs, are told often by the living, but that's not a guarantee, right? Many people did not make it out of the First World War. And acknowledging that both due to the war itself and due to the culture that they lived in, that people were attacked, even veterans who served with distinction were attacked, were killed, in the name of continuing systemic oppression and bigotry, right? That's a noble goal, and right in 2023 is a extremely pertinent reminder. And so, right, while it's not the most subtle narrative in the world, it is an effective one, and so it's only a light criticism. Yeah, right. Basically, though, this is just Valiant Hearts. If you like Valiant Hearts, you like this game. I think it has a lot of the same weaknesses as Valiant Hearts does, especially regarding Chinese making you act like an absolute psychopath. But like it's successful at what it's trying to be. Yeah, the last minute death is in the first one. The squad that's running forward and getting picked off is done more successfully in this one than in the other one. The nuance of getting to like understand the ways in which the Central Powers are, and the soldiers fighting for the Central Powers are not like better, worse, or even different, is done more successfully in the first game. But yeah, right, this is basically a museum, and this one's basically a museum that's like, what did we not touch on in the first game? Well, naval conflict, aircraft combat, and the Harlem Hellfighters. Great, 1, 2, 3. Those are going to be our main points. Let's go. And off they went. Ultimately, this is first and foremost a museum that happens to have a narrative attached to it. Right, the immersive and interactive experience mode of museums, I think, stands through really clearly here. Still is weird to me that this is a mobile-only game. Right? It is still weird that this is a mobile-only game. And the just throwing a meal up there at the end was just mean. Like, come on. Come on. Why'd you gotta do me like that? My boy suffered so much, he did so much, and then they got him like that. So, whew, that wraps up our deep dive into World War I in games, right? We played, what, 5 games over the last 3 weeks? 6 games. Valiant Hearts, The Great War Western Front, Verdun, Tannenberg, Battlefield 1, and Valiant Hearts Coming Home. So it brings us full circle again, and we dove into some different genres, some different ways of understanding the war. And at the end of the day, right, this is still the most successful way of doing it. Like, Valiant Hearts as a franchise is pretty indisputably the best World War I series of games. in terms of its educational value and in terms of making you invested in the war as a complex entity and as an entity that a lot of people were deeply affected by, and who were first and foremost people, right? The people were involved in that, people were affected by. It's not pawns running around in circles in the middle of no man's land. It's not, oh, just wait 10 seconds, you'll respawn. Right, it's very good at that arrangement, and, you know, I think there's a lot more interesting directions that games set in this time period can go. I'll be curious to see how the ones coming out in the coming year will be received, but it does provide some hints on places where we're pushing forward in our understanding, where video game adaptations of World War I are starting to push into cultural histories and psychological histories and trauma-informed histories instead of these nationalist histories that is kind of the older style of interaction. So there are some really promising things here for more nuanced popular media narratives, and I hope that games continue to take cues from this in order to understand this time period in more nuanced ways, more disruptive ways, more ways that push back against nationalist narratives and assert that there are other respectful modes of engagement, and that we, you know, don't do the bad examples that we talked about with World War II games both yesterday and today. You know, that. So yeah, if you enjoyed this, of course, make sure you hit the follow button. I think we're going to probably have a nice, much lighter stream looking at the other things from Summer Games Fest this weekend. So I hope you all join me for that. Less Ubisoft forward, more other stuff. And then we'll hop into some new games, some new stuff in the next couple of weeks. Yeah? So thank you all for tuning in, both for this and for all future, or all the previous games in our World War I deep dive. Till I see you next time, I hope you all have a good rest of your day. Stay well. Yeah. Thank you. Alright? And have a good night.